Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am announcer for 2022 International Copyright Technology Conference. First of all, I would like to pay our sincere condolences to the victims and their families in the accident of Itaewon in Seoul. We would like to take a silent moment for the victims and their bereaved families. Please stand up.
바로 모두
Now, please take your seat. Organized by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and co-hosted by Korea Copyright Commission and Korea Copyright Protection Agency, this conference is being preceded with 2 sessions with the title Technical Challenges for Everyone's Copyright. We will first of all watch the opening video and listen to congratulatory address, opening address and welcoming address, and we will have the Copyright Technology Award ceremony, which will be followed by keynote address and invitational address. Now we will begin the opening ceremony of 2022 International Copyright Technology Conference. I would like to introduce to you the distinguished guests who came here despite their busy schedule. We will not give an applause. First of all, the Acting Director General from the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism is here with us. We have Mr. Park So-jung, the Director at the Department of Knowledge Property Protection Bureau. We have Mr. Choi Byung-gu, the Chairperson of Korea Copyright Commission. We have Mr. Park Jong-yeol, the President of Korea Copyright Protection Agency. And we have the leader of 2022 International Copyright Technology Conference Program Planning Team, that is Professor Shin Yong-tae from Sungsil University. Thank you very much for your presence today. 2022 International Copyright Technology Conference will begin with the introductory video.
누구나 콘텐츠를 제작하고 저작권을 소유할 수 있는 1인 미디어 시대. 우리는 누구나 크리에이터가 될 수 있는 세상에서 살고 있습니다. 참여할 수 있는 플랫폼이 다양해지고 미디어 콘텐츠 산업의 규모가 증가하면서 누구나 쉽게 콘텐츠 창작자가 될 수 있습니다. 우리가 만들어낸 K 콘텐츠는 국내를 넘어 세계에서 사랑받으며 이제는 문화강국 대한민국으로서 위상을 세우고 있습니다. 특히 저작권 수익이 흑자를 기록하며 문화강국으로서 저력을 실감할 수 있었습니다. 하지만 K 콘텐츠의 인기가 높아짐에 따라 저작권 침해 사례가 급격히 증가하고 있습니다. 자신만의 개성을 담은 스토리를 콘텐츠로 제작하여 세상과 소통하는 모든 이들에게 올바른 저작물 이용은 저작권자의 권리 보호는 물론이며 더욱 훌륭한 2차 저작물들을 만들어내는 유일한 방법입니다. 저작권자의 권리를 보호하고 저작물의 공정한 이용 활성화를 제공할 수 있는 저작권 기술은 저작권의 대중화를 이끌어갈 수 있습니다. 올해로 12주년을 맞이한 2022 국제 저작권 기술 컨퍼런스는 저작권 기술의 역할과 중요성을 알리고 국내외 저작권 전문가들을 초청하여 최신 저작권 기술과 이슈들을 논의하고 정책 방향을 고민하는 장으로서 역할을 다하고자 힘써왔습니다. 저작권 대중화를 위한 기술적 도전이라는 주제로 열리는 이번 컨퍼런스는 AI, 웹소설, 음악, NFT 등 우리의 생활 속에 스며든 저작권 기술과 관련된 다양한 분야의 전문가들을 모시고 심도 깊은 논의를 진행하기 위해 11월 2일 포시즌스 호텔 서울에서 개최합니다. 국민 누구나 저작권을 가질 수 있는 현대사회에서 저작권 기술 관련 최신 동향을 파악하고 올바른 발전 방향을 함께 모색할 수 있는 자리로 거듭나겠습니다. 우리 모두를 위한 저작권, 저작권 대중화를 위한 2022 국제 저작권 기술 컨퍼런스에 여러분을 초대합니다.
네,
So we were able to realize the importance and role of copyright technology through the introductory video of the conference. Now we would like to open the conference with the congratulatory remark from Mr. Chang Kyung-gun, the Acting Director General from the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Acting Director General from the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism of Korea. I first of all pay my sincere condolences to the victims and bereaved families of Itaewon accident. And we are now hosting the 2022 International Copyright Technology Conference. First of all, I would like to thank all distinguished guests who are here with us online and offline. I would like to thank the keynote speaker, Professor Kim Dae-sik from KAIST, Ms. Stella Griffiths, the chairperson of ISO, and I would like to thank other experts from home and abroad for their presentations and discussions. This year, the International Copyright Technology Conference marks the 12th anniversary. This conference has discussed for the last 11 years the AI, big data, cloud, blockchain, and the fifth mobile communication, metaverse, and other latest copyright technologies for Korea to become a powerhouse of content culture in this era. Whenever and wherever we can create content, and such reality is reflected in our content, in our conference. This time, we are going to listen to the opinions and insights of experts today. And we will share our wisdoms and insights on copyright technologies, including AI, web novel, music, and NFT. I would like to pay my deepest gratitude again to those who prepared for the event, Mr. Choi Byung-gyu, the chairperson of Korea Copyright Commission, the president of Korea Copyright Protection Agency, and Professor Shin Yong-tae, and others who prepared for this event. And I would like to congratulate the winners of the award who made contribution to the copyright technology development. I wish all of you good health and happiness. Thank you very much. We are not going to give a big hand as the country is under the mourning period.
Now we will hear the opening remark from the chairman of Korea Copyright Commission, Mr. Choi Byung-guk. Good morning, I'm Choi Byung-gyu, Chairman of Korea Copyright Commission. I'd like to pay my respect and condolences to the victims and the victim family of the Itaewon crowd crush. I'd like to thank all of you who are here with us and those joining us via online for being with us. I'd like to thank the copyright agencies, organizations, and associations for their support. I'd like to thank Mr. Chang Kyung-gun, the Acting General of the Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism, and Park Jong-yeol, President of Korea Intellectual Property Protection Agency, and Professor Shin Yong-tae at Sungsil University, who is the head of ICOTAC 22 planning team, for their hard work. This year marks the 12th anniversary of the International Copyright Technology Conference. The conference has been a venue where Korean and international copyright technologies and trends are discussed, and we share ideas for the future of the copyright technology industry and direction. The changes in the content industry have been accelerated, and along with the development of digital technology, there has been a transition to a contactless digital society. This facilitates advancement of technologies for digital transformation across the copyright industry, including the publishing, the music, the movie, and the game, and the webtoon sectors. In recent years, one-man media creator, influencers, and other content creators who are also consumers have actively generated creative content. The multi-channel network industry has grown, and the new types of short forms, such as TikTok, Reels, and Shorts, has increasingly generated. In addition, the content industry has adopted digital transformation rapidly, which increased the influence of global platforms such as YouTube, Netflix, and Wave. As a result, competition between OTT platforms increased, changing the industrial landscape. NFT is using blockchain technology to assign unique value to digital content that can't be replaceable, which increases value of the content in virtual world like a metaverse and creates economic values. Against this backdrop, the International Copyright Technology Conference 2022 is held to build a foundation where creators, producers, and consumers all enhance their awareness of copyright and fair use of content is ensured. The theme of this year's conference is technical challenges for everyone's copyright. We invited world-renowned experts to hear their insight.
소비가 크게 증가하고
Generation and consumption of content is increasing while large distribution platforms have great influence, which results in unfair treatment and issues of a fair share of profits, copyright protection, and piracy. These all require solutions. The change in the content distribution asks us to work harder to use blockchain, NFT, DID, and AI technologies to address the limit of copyright technologies. With that in mind, the International Copyright Technology Conference 2022 will look into how to better protect copyright holders' rights and how to ensure fair issue of copyrighted work and discuss copyright technologies to create an effective distribution environment. I hope the conference will help Korea become a country with a cultural influence in the world with K content and help enhance awareness of copyright. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone who worked hard for making this conference possible. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your remark. The chairman delivered a message that we are going to enhance awareness of the copyright protection.
께서
Now, I would like to invite Mr. Park Jong-yeol, the President of Korea Copyright Protection Agency, for welcoming address. I am Park Jong-yeol, the President of Korea Copyright Protection Agency. First of all, I would like to pay my sincere condolences to the victims of the Itaewon accident, and I would like to deliver my sincere gratitude to all participants who are here with us online and offline. Especially, I would like to thank Mr. Jang Kyung-gun, the Acting Director General from the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, and Mr. Choi Byung-gyu, the Chairperson of Korea Copyright Commission, Professor Shin Yong-tae, and experts from home and abroad who will give presentations along with discussion despite their busy schedule. These days, Korean culture is enjoying its heydays. Korean films, dramas, and music received global praise for their excellence. We also hear the news that Korean artists received world-renowned awards often. This is something that we couldn't imagine 10 years ago. In order to continue enjoying such a golden age of Korean culture, we should pay more attention and make efforts. AI, metaverse, NFT, and other new technology-based content is now easily available to anyone. As we need to make an agile response to the changing technology landscape, it is timely to select the theme of the conference as technical challenges for everyone's copyright. I hope that today's conference will help you understand new copyright service paradigm and technologies and assess unexpected copyright protection issues, thereby presenting the future of the copyright industries and position Korea as the world's most attractive country of culture. I would like to congratulate and thank the winners of awards for their contribution to the development of copyright technologies. Thank you very much again for all of you, and I wish all of you good health and happiness. Thank you. Thank you very much for your welcoming address. He also delivered the words of congratulations to the award winners and also said this conference will be an opportunity to have better understanding on copyright technology.
진행하겠습니다.
Now we are going to have an award ceremony for International Copyright Technology Conference 2022. And the awards will be presented to individuals and groups to recognize their contribution to developing copyright technology to protect copyright and increase use. We are now going to give a round of applause to the winners. The first award is Presidential Council on Intellectual Property Chairman Award. The winner is CEO Bang Kyung-sik of One ID Lab. So I'm going to invite the CEO to the stage.
표창장
To recognize your contribution to developing copyright technology to protect copyright and increase use, we present you this award. Co-chairperson of a Presidential Council on Intellectual Property, Jung Song-jo. We are going to present the plaque and flower to the winner. And now the winner will take a commemorative photo. Please face the front.
네, 이제 전면에 카메라를
Please take a look at the camera right in front of you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you so much. Now you may return to your seat.
다음은 문화체육관광
Next, we will present Minister of Culture, Sports and Tourism Award. Acting Director General of the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism will present the award. The winner is Professor Kwak Jin at Aju University. To recognize your contribution to developing copyright technology to protect copyright and increase use at digital environment, we present you this award. Minister of Culture, Sports, Tourism, Park Bo-gyun. Again, we are going to present the plaque and flower to the winner.
네, 이제 기념 촬영 갖겠는데요.
Now the acting director general and the winner will take a photo together.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. You may return to your seat. And the acting director general will stay on the stage for the next award. Next award is WIPO Award. On behalf of the Secretary General of WIPO, Darren Tang, the acting director general of the MCST will present the award. The winner is Chairman of Korean Music Content Association. So I'm going to invite the chairman of the KMCA to the stage.
Certificate Korean Music Content Association. We hereby certify the Korean Music Content Association is awarded the WIPO IP Enterprise Medal. 네, 2022년 11월 2일 세계 지식재산기구 사무총장 다렌 탕.
Congratulations. And the acting director general is presenting the plaque and flower to the winner. Now they are going to take a commemorative photo. Now you may return to your seat.
다음은 한국
Next, we will give the award by the chairperson of Korea Copyright Commission. Mr. Choi Byung-gu, the chairperson of Korea Copyright Commission, will give the award. The managing director, Mr. Yu Chan-ho from CC Media Service, please come up on the stage for this award. CC Media Service, Yu Chan-ho, in recognition of your contribution to the protection and use of copyrights based on the copyright technologies in the digital environment, we give you this award. November 2nd, 2022, Choi Byung-gu. Congratulations. Please take the award, plaque and flower, and we will take a commemorative photo. Thank you very much. You may go back to your seat now. Lastly, we would like to give the award, which will be given by the President of Korea Copyright Protection Agency, Mr. Park Jong-yeol. The President of Korea Copyright Protection Agency will give this award to the CEO of BookCube Networks, Mr. Yu Chol-jong. BookCube Networks. In recognition of your contribution to eliminating illegally distributed online content, increasing the awareness of copyright protection, and for developing cultural industries, we give you this award. November 2nd, 2022, Park Jong-yeol, the President of Korea Copyright Protection Agency. Congratulations. and we will take a commemorative photo. Now please face the camera in front of you. Would you please wait for a moment on the stage? With this, we will conclude the awarding ceremony, and we will take a commemorative group photo all together with the awarders and awardees. Please bring the award and plaque you received and come to the stage. We will take off the mask and take the photo. Please take the award plaque to the stage for the commemorative photo.
네, 보도자료 촬영을 위해서 상장 펼쳐주시고
Could you please open the award and please take off your mask.
수상자분들은 그럼 가운데로 모시도록 하겠습니다.
Awardees, please stand at the center of the stage.
네, 마스크를 벗어주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Please take off your mask.
네, 이제 정면에는 카메라를
Please face the camera in front of you. Thank you very much for your cooperation. You may now all go back to your seat. And we would like to invite the next speaker, Chairperson Stella Griffith, to explain about identifiers and standards. We will meet her through the video.
Good morning, everyone, and hello. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much for inviting me to be a guest speaker at ICOTech 2022. It's a real honor to be presenting to you today and to be included with such an impressive list of experts covering diverse copyright management topics. My only regret is that I cannot be there with you in person. So, alas, this presentation is pre-recorded. I also apologize if my voice sounds a little croaky today. I'm just getting over a cold. Thankfully, it wasn't COVID. Here's a brief agenda of what I plan to cover today. Mostly this will be high level, as I know you have an exciting and packed program, so there will not be time for me to indulge in detail. I will look at how existing standard identifiers can help with copyright management, including recapping some individual use cases. In addition, I also want to give you some early information about two new upcoming identifiers that I think may be of interest and help to your community. First of all, just to introduce myself, I live and work in the UK and have worked in and around publishing and standards for nearly 30 years. I'm Executive Director at the International ISBN Agency, which is the regulatory body for ISBNs. I will mention ISBNs later in this presentation, and I'm sure most of you know already that International Standard Book Numbers, ISBNs, are key supply chain identifiers for books. I'm also currently the chairperson of the ISO subcommittee that looks after standard identifiers in the creative industries. I don't need to remind any of you how important rights are with regard to intellectual property. So this summary slide is much more a reminder for me. For example, as well as documenting and giving appropriate credit, we also need to understand how we can protect property and ensure that the financial benefits arising from monetized products go to their rightful owners, So how can standards, and in particular identifiers, help? What exactly is a standard, first of all? A standard is something that documents rules and processes so that you can follow the same steps and get a predictable outcome. It is built on experience and rigorous testing of components, of procedures, of assumptions, and so on and so on. A standard can be applied at any level, from a specific industry to local, national, or international levels. Why would you want to follow or implement a standard? What are the benefits? Well, if a group of experts have already carried out experimentation, testing, and asked all the hard questions, it means that you don't have to duplicate that effort. You can rely on their earlier work. Standards are with us in all walks of life: pharmaceuticals, construction, air transport, etc., etc. Often, they are important for safeguarding health and safety. Standards can ensure consistency of quality and reliability, encouraging confidence in customers that a product meets a particular standard. In my opinion, one of the most important benefits arising from standards are that they level the playing field. Producers are encouraged to meet a consistent standard and must then concentrate on developing their own USP or other aspects of their offering to increase market share or gain prominence. I am currently chairperson of an ISO subcommittee. But what is ISO? It's an independent NGO that was founded in 1947 purely to develop and publish standards. The name itself, ISO, comes from the Greek word isos, which means equal. There are more than 21,000 ISO standards now and 167 national member bodies. So ISO is a key player in world standards. ISO standards are proposed by industry producers and stakeholders, for example, consumer groups. It was book retailers, not publishers, who were the original force behind the development of the ISBN. Once accepted, proposals are developed by groups of experts, and this can take some time. 3 years is typical, because ISO incorporates a number of different review stages before a standard can be published. We looked a few slides ago at the general benefits of adopting a standard, and I think that there are some particular benefits if the standard is an ISO standard. ISO standards tend to gain worldwide acceptance and to be regarded as the single solution to particular problems. The particular ISO subcommittee that I am involved with looks at identification and description. Up to this year, we have published 26 standards and have 5 more in development. This map shows the countries that are involved in the subcommittee's work. As you can see, Korea is a participant. However, you can also see that certain regions of the world remain underrepresented on our subcommittee. So I'm not denying that there is work to be done there. The subcommittee is involved in a mixture of creative and information management areas, and you can see a list of them on this slide. And here are some of the identifiers that are under the umbrella of this committee. I hope that many of them are familiar to you. Today, I'm going to focus on just 4 of the existing identifiers. The first of these is the ISBN, International Standard Book Number. Well known to you, I'm sure, as the number often barcoded on the back of a book. So hopefully you might be able to see that there. ISBN was the first identifier on the creative scene, developed in the late 1960s at the very dawn of computerization. But it's adapted over time. Not only printed books, but digital and audiobooks qualify within the scope. Although it's from an analog time, using, for example, technology provided by another identifier, the DOI, the ISBN can be made actionable. Over 2.2 million publishers around the world use ISBN, and almost all countries have adopted the standard. Over 250 million ISBNs have been assigned to publications. Each unique publication, change in format, edition, usage constraints, and so on, means a separate ISBN is required. ISBN is a supply chain identifier, and its purpose, by design, is not to identify the copyright holder. In fact, its purpose is to identify a particular book in a particular format and edition by a specific publisher who may or may not be the copyright holder. However, ISBN has become ubiquitous in many supporting systems: production, sales tracking, rights and royalties management, to name just a few. It's become the key through which all metadata about a particular book is linked and managed. In fact, if you want your book to be listed and discovered, an ISBN is really a must in order to be accepted in bibliographic databases and on e-tailer sites. Effectively, it enables entry to the market. Pages such as these about books are made possible by ISBN and the rich metadata associated to it. And of course, you will see pages serving other industries built on similar principles and that also heavily rely on using identifiers. I want to focus on just one particular use case for ISBN that comes from the UK. And that use case relates to the public lending right. This has long been established in the UK, although I gather from some research that I undertook for this presentation, there is some controversy about introducing it in Korea. In the UK, PLR was first created as distinct legislation in 1979, not as part of the Copyright Act. In the UK, authors, illustrators, photographers, translators, and editors, etc., can register for PLR as long as they can provide an ISBN for their publication and their name appears on the title page. Overall funding for the scheme comes from UK government and sets a level per loan and also a maximum that anyone can receive. A representative sample of public libraries provides statistics for all books, audiobooks, and ebooks loaned. Payments are then made to the correct authors, etc., based on the number of loans per ISBN. The PLR scheme helps to encourage diversity of literary and cultural heritage within libraries, and particularly supports writers in less commercial genres. Let's move on now to a newer identifier, the DOI, Digital Object Identifier. It's important to clarify that this is a digital identifier for any kind of object. The object itself does not have to be digital. DOIs are permanent and are capable of multiple resolution. As you can see on the slide, last year DOI resolutions reached 10.5 billion, with one of the main applications being in cross-reference and citation linking within academic articles. So, for example, clicking on this DOI will take you to this page, where you have the option to read the abstract, download a PDF, which may be chargeable, and so on. DOI is applicable across many different types of industry, including movies and TV. One application in that sphere is that of IDA, the Entertainment Identifier Registry. In the last 10 or so years, with the growth of streaming and other services, exponential increases in video content have brought new challenges for metadata management. The top 6 Hollywood studios were early adopters and funders of IDA, which uses DOI. Now, such identifiers are a prerequisite in order to sell video content on streaming platforms such as Netflix and Amazon. For some time, there was also an issue in that there was already another specific ISO identifier in this sphere that was not based on DOI. This was called the ISAN, and this led to confusion between ISAN and IDA. To help improve this situation, now it is possible to make a joint registration and get both an ISAN and IDA. Again, both ISAN and IDA facilitate efficient distribution of movie and TV content across various platforms. ISRC, International Standard Recording Code, is the identifier for sound recordings and music videos of all types, including podcasts. The identifier is permanent for the lifetime of the recording and, like ISBN, is based on uniqueness. Every different version or mix needs to have a separate ISRC in order to be marketed. This is an example ISRC showing its constituent parts. In this particular use case that I'm showing on the slide, the combination of ISRC for the recording and ISWC, the identifier for the musical work, helps to ensure royalties are distributed accurately. In order to sell a recording on Amazon, for example, the ISRC must be quoted or associated. Then, each time music is sold, the copyright fees are paid to the CMO and associated with the ISRC. The CMO looks at the ISRC to find the corresponding ISWC that is linked to it, and uses that to pass on copyright fees to the correct copyright holders. ISNI, International Standard Name Identifier, is my final example of the existing identifiers. It is the identifier for public personas in creative activities. These can be individuals, e.g. authors, illustrators, film directors, even fictional characters, or organizations, publishers, studios, record labels, and so on. The concept is as a bridging identifier, helping to disambiguate, as well as to provide links and crosswalks between different schemes. Here is an example ISNI entry for a Korean author. As you can see, the entry details the name of the author in different scripts, languages, and formulations, but indicates that they relate to the same person. There is a list of the titles in which this author has been involved, so facilitating copyright management. I hope this record is fine, but ISNI are always looking to improve their data. If you are familiar with this author and have any comments on the ISNI entry, I'm sure that ISNI would be glad to hear from you. I hope by these few and brief examples, you can see how different identifiers can bring different kinds of assistance. They can work singly or in combination, a sort of interoperable web of identifiers. The metadata for each identifier can, of course, include other related identifiers, e.g. ISNIs for the author and the publisher imprint can be included in the metadata associated with an ISBN. All of these help us to find the correct rights holder and their works. And using international standard identifiers demonstrates trustworthiness and reliability. I would now just like to spend the remaining few minutes highlighting current work going on towards developing some new identifiers. You might have thought that the landscape was busy already, but there are definitely gaps and spaces that are not covered. These proposed standards are still in progress, but I think they may be of interest to you. The first of these is called RAID, Research Activity Identifier, and is intended to identify research projects or sub-projects. So it's an identifier for the ongoing work rather than the eventual output. However, of course, other identifiers, such as DOI, ISBN, which are specifically for the output, be that scholarly articles, monographs, etc., can be included in the RAID metadata, as well as identifiers for the researchers involved, ISNI, ORCID. So RAID is not published yet, but work has been ongoing since 2018, involving 15 experts from 9 countries. And you can see the headline progress of this work project on the slide, including the drafts that have been produced and balloted. In fact, The text of the standard is ready for publication, so probably you may see it by around the end of this year. International Standard Content Code, the ISCC, is a different approach to identification. In this case, the idea is that the identifier will be derived from the content itself using hash algorithms. The intended scope is broad. Any sort of content that is available digitally, music, text, images. Generating from the content directly will enable deduplication or disambiguation of similar content. Perhaps other applications that could be readily envisioned might be copyright protection, versioning, detecting copyright infringement, and so on. So in principle, I think it could be potentially very useful. Compared to RAID, this standard is not so far down the development road. There have been a number of important decisions about its scope and intention that have taken time, and the road has not always been a straight one. The project started in 2019 and has a lot of good experts, 34 experts from 12 countries, so there really is a lot of interest in this. The first official draft has just been issued for comments. So final publication of this one is unlikely before October 2024. Nevertheless, I think it is an interesting concept and definitely one I think to keep an eye on. Thank you very much again for inviting me to speak here today. It's been an honour and a pleasure to present to you, and I am only sorry that I could not be there in person to see you all. Thank you so much for your attention. Here are my contact details. Please feel free to get in touch.
네, 이렇게 해서 초청 강연까지 함께
Thank you very much for the invitational lecture. With this, we would like to wrap up the opening ceremony. In order to congratulate the success of this conference, many distinguished guests have come here. Thank you very much. Next session will begin at 1:20 p.m. First of all, participants are kindly requested to stay in your seat, then we will provide you with lunch. And the winners of award and distinguished guest VIPs are kindly requested to move to the 6th floor. I will see you after lunch. We will begin the next session at 1:20 p.m.
Did you enjoy your lunch? Now we are going to start the afternoon session of ICOTAC 2022 with the theme of technical challenges for everyone's copyright. We invited many experts in Korea and from other countries. The first speaker in this afternoon session is Oliver Walsh. The title of his presentation is How TikTok Tackles Copyright Violation Due to COVID-19. He's not here with us, but he sent us the video. Let's take a look.
And it's my great honour to have been given the opportunity to speak to you today at this very important conference. I would like to thank the organisers of ICOTAC for making this possible. I'm here today representing TikTok, where I hold the position of the APAC Intellectual Property Operations Team Lead, and I'm based in Singapore. As a brief introduction to myself, I have been with TikTok for 1.5 years. Before TikTok, I was a police officer in London, latterly with the City of London Police's Intellectual Property Crime Unit. I then worked in anti-piracy for the US film industry in Singapore and Hong Kong, followed by a similar role on behalf of the global music industry in London. Today my presentation will cover the following topics: an introduction to TikTok, the company I work for, our IP strategy, our attitude to intellectual property protection, who is IP Operations, the team locally and globally, what we manage, our remit and case types covered, how we do, as an introduction to our transparency report data, how do you report IP infringement, how do you reach me or my team, and the future, where are we going? At TikTok, our mission is to inspire creativity and bring joy. We're driven to provide a platform for creative self-expression while remaining safe, diverse, and authentic. TikTok allows people to have the freedom and the opportunity to express themselves, balanced with a safe and joyful space for positive impact. TikTok is a platform that nurtures creative, authentic, and positive content communities, which can include diversity in age, culture, and geography. TikTok is an entertainment platform. It's powered by our community, and it's a community that brings joy to people worldwide. People gravitate to TikTok for iconic memes, sharing DIY tips and art creations, uniting over sport fan moments, vlogging daily life highlights, and even quick educational lessons fit for the whole family. TikTok is also a cultural organisation point for new entertainment trends that connect people, and our journey has only begun. We now have over 1 billion globally monthly active users, resulting in trillions of video views each month. Now moving to intellectual property. TikTok strongly respects the intellectual property rights of others, and we expect our users to do the same. Our terms of service and community guidelines do not allow posting, sharing, or sending of any content that violates or infringes someone else's copyrights, trademarks, or other intellectual property rights. Using another person's copyrighted content without permission may be legally permitted under certain circumstances. This includes fair use, fair dealing, and other exceptions to copyright, but we will assess these when complaints against these come in, and where proportionate, we will either take down the video or leave the video available. TikTok has established IP policies designed to promote safety, accountability, and positivity in the app. We have complementary intellectual property policies for different content or business areas. My team looks after short video, UGC, user-generated content, and live stream. We have other teams that are focused on advertising and the TikTok Shop, our e-commerce platform. At TikTok, we strive to be a responsible partner to intellectual property creators and rights owners across the globe. We want to develop mutual understanding between rights owners and TikTok, and this is achieved through candid, proactive engagements and continuous dialogue. The better we understand each other, the less likely we are to enter into disagreements. We like to seek advice and comment on our IP systems and policies, and we will continue to work with industry to understand your pain points and establish how we can make your interactions with TikTok as positive as possible. We want to understand what we are getting right and what we are not. Help us to help you. We also want to share best practices on IP enforcement, especially anti-counterfeit. We want to listen and learn from you. We are a reasonably new company and understand that there's plenty of best practice we can use and develop in order to increase our effectiveness in this area. And we also promise to engage in continuous development of our IP systems and our underpinning policies. It won't be static. We will evolve, we will change, we will develop as necessary. I would like to now take the opportunity to introduce you to my team, TikTok's Intellectual Property Operations team. Operating as part of TikTok's Trust and Safety vertical, the IP Operations team has been established across 3 hubs: the APAC hub in Singapore, the EMEA hub in Dublin, and the LATAM hub in Austin, Texas. We have specialists located across these hubs, with this system allowing us to provide a 24-hour, 7 days a week service. No matter the time of day, wherever you are, there are resources available to resolve intellectual property issues as they arise in as expeditious a manner as possible. As I explained earlier, the IP Ops team is responsible for handling all user-generated content, short video, and live stream complaints from rights owners, brand owners, and their representatives regarding copyright, trademark, and counterfeit infringements. Issues relating to music, advertising, or e-commerce are passed to their respective teams with whom we have well-established relationships. Typical complaints we can resolve in the copyright sphere include, but are not limited to, film and TV, sporting events, game streaming, books, and content created for other social media or entertainment platforms that have made their way onto TikTok. On this slide, you'll see examples of the types of accounts and videos we will take affirmative action against. The first example is what we would refer to as direct infringement, and this involves the posting of copyrighted content directly onto the platform without permission. Films and TV series may be posted in parts and facilitated through chronological playlisting on the user's account page. We will also often see direct infringement being used as a form of content marketing. This is achieved by only posting the initial parts of the video on the platform and then providing links to the full versions on external sites, using us for traffic generation and user acquisition. If reported to us, all the videos or the accounts featured on this slide would be removed swiftly. Further examples of our platform being used for marketing are presented here. This may be done by pirate site operators who set up accounts and then leverage trending clips or sounds to help capture audiences and direct them to their external sites. Pirated content offered on such sites includes films, music, and ebooks. And seemingly casual users may also use piracy to generate virality for their posts or accounts by talking about piracy websites and offering hacks to access copyrighted content for free. We will also regularly remove content or accounts that make available unauthorized recordings. This occurs when a copyright work is recorded without permission and posted onto the platform. Even though a user may have made the recording, the underlying works do not belong to them, so the rights holder can claim copyright violations. Common scenarios included in unauthorized recordings of cinematic films. This is known in the film industry as source piracy and is regarded as one of the most harmful types of piracy. Such unauthorized recordings will be taken down immediately upon receiving a valid complaint. Another example would be live performances, including performances of theatrical productions, musicals, and concerts. As copyright subsists in such performances, rights holders may submit a copyright violation claim against unauthorized recordings of their performances. We would assess, and with the right documentation, we would remove those videos. Typical complaints we can resolve in the trademark sphere include but are not limited to brand deception or misrepresentation or the unauthorized use of brands and logos. When making an assessment of cases reported to us involving the misuse or misrepresentation of a mark, we look to determine if its use is likely to cause confusion, deception, or mistake about the account's source, origin, sponsorship, or affiliation. In all the examples here, we would either remove the account or reassign the handle to the legitimate owner of the mark if requested, by what we refer to as a handle swap. However, to do so, we would require a valid trademark violation claim. When assessing a counterfeit complaint, we would look at other account indicators such as the profile picture, the handle, nickname, or the bio containing a logo and or a name of a trademarked entity and keywords suggesting counterfeit. The reported user may admit that the goods are fake or counterfeit in the bio. They're knockoffs. Are they dupes? Also, the other things we would look for would be the account bio containing instructions to obtain the infringing goods or content. For example, a URL to a third-party website selling, promoting, or otherwise making available infringing goods or content. Or instructions to contact the user through direct messaging, phone numbers, external social media, or messaging services in order to obtain the infringing goods. There are certain well-established exceptions where we would not take an action against an account. For example, nominative use. Fan, parody, commentary accounts are allowed, but they must be clearly highlighted in the account handle as such to be considered acceptable. Fan accounts are allowed as long as the account owner does not misappropriate the trademark for commercial gain or to otherwise misrepresent any affiliation with the trademark owner. The account of the whole should not be likely to mislead or confuse the average viewer as to its true identity. For example, the handle @Netflix_fanpage or @Netflix_parody would be acceptable under our policies and would remain in place. We share details of how we perform via the regularly released transparency reports. TikTok's transparency report are essential for keeping us accountable for our actions that we take to safeguard our platform and protect its integrity. In the second half of 2021, we successfully resolved over 40,000 copyright reports, originating from almost 50,000 submitted. The reason for the difference is that many were not submitted correctly, many were spam, reports that can be withdrawn, or didn't have the correct supporting documentation. For trademark, the figures were 5.3 thousand against 6.3 thousand submitted. I will now describe how you as rights owners can successfully report infringing content to TikTok so that we may assess and take action as appropriate. To submit a report, we will need the following information: your contact information, proof of rights and authorization to make the report, the detail of the content reported, the URLs or the accounts that you would like us to look at, the type of content infringed to ensure that the case reaches the correct team, and completion of a statement and signature attesting to the legitimacy of the report. To file a report, kindly follow the following steps. Start by accessing the correct web form. We currently have separate web forms for copyright or trademark, so depending on the case type you're submitting, please visit the correct web form. Enter your email address and follow the verification instructions. This is to prevent spam reports from being made. In the contact information section, kindly fill up all necessary fields marked with a star. In the copyright ownership section, please highlight the correct relationship. You'll need to upload supporting documents to show proof of ownership, confirmation that the reporter is the rightful owner of that content, or confirmation that the reporter is authorized by the rightful owner to act on their behalf, or confirmation that any agent-vendor relationship is being appointed by the rightful owner to take such action. Supporting documentation may take many forms, but examples would be power of attorney or engagement letter, an authorization letter from the content trademark owner authorizing the reporter to act on behalf of them and to take down content for IP infringement, a company letter requesting the takedown, or other relevant documentations to show you're an employee or authorized to submit the takedown requests. Under the content to report section, please input the relevant URL links that you would like to report against. In this, you can input as many URL links as required into one report. However, we do ask that you input one link into one line. In the About Your Copyright Work section, please tick the correct type of content that infringes your work and add a brief description in the text field if necessary. In the Statement section, please read and tick all that are relevant. And finally, in the Signature section, please input your name before entering Send. The case will then be queued for review and action as quickly as possible. Looking to the future, we have a number of systems, processes and policy improvements underway. One that I would like to bring to your attention would be TikTok's Media Match product, an underdeveloped music and video copyright identification, protection and management system for copyright owners. The core capability of this platform is a fingerprint matching model which matches the copyright content uploaded by copyright owners with TikTok videos as they are uploaded, and it provides a highly similar content results to the copyright owners who can then decide the processing method, the usage policy of the content. A second future improvement will be the implementation of a trusted notifier scheme where certain trusted reporters can take advantage of an instant takedown policy for reported infringements. Both are improvements to ensure that we make the best efforts to prevent infringing material from reaching the platform, and when it does, that takedown is achieved as rapidly as possible. I thank you very much for your time in listening to me today, and I hope to meet or I'll hear from you in the near future. Thank you again.
네, 영상으로 만나봤습니다.
Thank you so much for sending us a video. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Oliver Walsh. Now we will move on to the second presentation in this afternoon session. The speaker is Professor Namju Han at KAIST. The title of his presentation is Present and Future of Music AI.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. I'm working at KAIST. I'm teaching music and audio at KAIST, and I'm also researching areas related to music. Today in this session, I'd like to talk about music,
인지
specifically music AI. I'm going to talk about how advanced music AI is and what the pending issues regarding copyright of AI music. The core technology of AI is deep learning, as you know. It's been about 10 years since deep learning first was introduced to the world. Different researchers have different perspectives in the birth of deep learning. Here, the most important technology is ImageNet. In 2017, there was a competition regarding image. The winner of the competition had a 10% better result compared to the other entrants of the competition. And this model has three key characteristics. One is data sets of more than 1 million. It is more than 1 million data sets. And the other is a CNN model, which was created back in the 1990s. It combined a larger set of data with an existing model, because that shocked the world, because they learned that the existing algorithm helped them understand the virtual world. And deep learning has been advanced significantly. Let's take a look at ImageLab. ImageLab already showed that AI has a higher level of perception compared to humans. In the autonomous industry, is using a computer vision, they can recognize and detect different images at the same time. And in the video and audio field, X-ray can read better than human doctors. In the area of voice and audio, we already have AI speakers and a device that can combine human voice and AI voice. And you don't have to type a letter. All you have to do is to speak into the device. And when you travel abroad, all you have to do is to place your phone to a sign, and the letters are recognized by the device, and they are translated into your own language. So you can understand the menu even if it is written in a foreign language. You know AlphaGo as well. And you also know the famous match between the Go player Isedo and AlphaGo. Actually, that match was held here in Four Seasons Hotel, and now AlphaGo has a new name, AlphaGo Fold. In discovery of a protein structure, AlphaGo is also used. Earlier this year, a venture capitalist in Silicon Valley called Sefa launched generative AI. Most of the AI technologies for analytic AIs, but now we are seeing a new type of AI, which is generative AI. This was possible because we have a big model that can process images and sounds. DCPT-3 is the most well-known language model. It was created by API, and it can be used for chatbots and creative writing. And in the field of image, as you can see, DALL-E 2 and Stable Diffusion and Mid Journey, they can all need text only to generate images. I don't have to talk more about the audio field because the AI in that field can create and generate voice that is perfectly similar to that of humans. And we are also having AI voice actors. So these examples show the productivity of AI has increased. And video generation is another example. AI is now generating videos. One good example is Meta. In literature, games, and the scientific field, AI will be in wider use. The generative AI was possible thanks to a killer app. I think you have already seen this. I think it was Colorado in the States. This is the winner of the Colorado State Fair. The name of this painting is Opera of Space. And this was created by image generation. All the author had to do is to provide text, and the judges couldn't tell whether this was made by AI or by humans. And this case is very symbolic because if we have good eyes, even if you don't have good skills in art, you can create a masterpiece looking like this. In Sequire, when it released this article, there was a very interesting part. It is difficult to read the letters, and there are two authors, and there is GPT-3, which can generate text. The whole story, the whole writing was not made by AI, but use cases. For example, were inspired by generative AI. And illustrations and images you are seeing on the screen, they are also created by Mid Journey. So this is a process of co-creation. The authors of the article said it was a very interesting experience. Next, let's talk about music. To write music, we can use AI. There has been activity in this field. Google, Sony, and OpenAI are the leading companies that are actively researching AI in the field of music AI. As a tool, creative tool, AI is being used in the field of music. So we have to take a look at the process of writing music. So when you write music, you create a music track, and then it is recorded, and that's not the end of the process of writing music. And you mix different instruments, and you also go through a process called mastering. This is a process to make your music sound better. And finally, your music is refined before being introduced as a final product. So at each step, different technology is involved, and the technology has been advanced. Generative music history is very long. You know, Mozart, the great composer, I think he had a pain, unimaginable pain, when he wrote music. And he must have played a game of dice. There are pieces of music, and the pieces are numbered, and you cast dice twice, and the combination of the numbers after throwing the dice, you can have 12 different combinations. In other words, you have 12 different variables. So depending on the number or the combination of numbers, the composer chose different sets of rhythm, and this was even made possible in the era of Baroque. And then we had computers. We were able to use computers to write music. It's one of the music written by computer is Iliad. And some of the first musicians and composers introduced this type of music, and this music was written by a quartet instruments, and this person is Markov. And then with the birth of computer, we always had AI. In the 1980s, we had this experiment in music intelligence. And Davy Koff is the leading figures who introduced EMI. This is about copying different styles. For example, he copied music of Mozart, Chopin, and he linked and combined different pieces of different composers. And he did not use a learning model. He only used knowledge of music and AI technology based on rules. So all the pieces were attached and linked. So even if the composer didn't write the song, but if you listen to the song, you will see that it sounds similar to a song of a great composer. Let me play this, for example, for your information. So guess whose song is this? It sounds similar, but at the same time, it sounds different. Can you guess who is the composer? It's Chopin. The title of the song is Nocturne. Sony had the most advanced technology, and David was a composer, and based on his experience and knowledge, he used this pattern and rules, but the system wasn't widespread. And since then, many people tried hard to use AI to write a song. The latest technology trend is not to generate music based on rules. Instead, when you're trying to train AI with data sets, so we are moving from text-based creation to using musical notes model. So you know, transformer. It is trained by deep learning. transformer is an effective model that can be trained with long sequences. It can be applied to music AI. A music transformer launched by Google is one of the most advanced types. And this data is trained by Midify, not a music score. And there is a main theme melody, and it can be edited and so here self-similarity was used. So after training, a random value is given and a similar song to learn the data can be created. And this is one of the best results. I think it sound quite good.
네. 맨 마지막 부분
The last part was a little bit weird, but to me personally, it sounded similar to a song of Schumann. But this is one of the best results. But it's not that it works all the time. Let's talk about OpenAI and MuseNet. MuseNet is using larger or more extensive sets of data. And it includes different pop music genres. And it also includes different music scores. What is interesting here is that it is not a random generation. You have to give some conditions. If you visit the website of MuseNet, you can choose a theme melody, and you can also choose how you're going to create the melody by using a composer's pattern. This is Beethoven's from melody, and the later part was created and generated by Chopin's style.
우리는
This is similar to a song of Beethoven. You can see that it sounds like a song of Chopin. And MuseNet, the OpenAI, held a concert. So for quite long, it played songs that sound like Beatles and different artists. Personally, this is one of the most fascinating technologies. This is OpenAI Jukebox. This is not using notes in a music score. By using this OpenAI, you can take advantage of other types of musical components. And now I'm going to share with you some of the results of using OpenAI Jukebox. You know Frank Sinatra, the famous jazz singer in the States? A classic pop was generated in the style of Frank Sinatra, and lyrics were also generated and lyrics were added to this melody. Let's listen to the result.
And look not, I lift my bottle with reason when I go out.
네, 어떠신가요?
So, how do you like it? So, this is a result of audio generation. Does it scare you? Is it creepy? You can hear the voice of Frank Sinatra and the sound of jazz band, but new lyrics were added to the melody. But the audio quality is not quite there. And next, I'd like to talk about auto-regressive. This requires chronological or consequential process. So it took quite a long time to generate 1 minute long melody. It took 9 hours. When you try this, actually, you will see that you will have a hard time generating a certain pattern. So some creators put this on test. And they said it was difficult to control the direction of the generation. But there is another challenge.
이 학습 모델을
Not just Frank Sinatra, but Bruno Mars or Eminem. Their voices were used for this OpenAI jukebox, and you have to have permission from the musicians to generate this type of music. Maybe it has something to do with Copyright Act in the States. If the voices are not related to commercial gains, the voices can be used. The voices of the famous singers can be used. But if you want to use those voices for commercial gain, the users of the voices will be held accountable. So what you're reading at the bottom of the page is about JukeNet, AmuseNet. Let's take a look at an example of Google. This is Magenta. This stresses collaboration between AI and musicians, and it is focusing on using AI as a creative tool. An interesting example is Yard. This is a synthesis pop group. As you can see here, Music VN, Music VAE, and NSYNC were used for this collaboration. And Yard, the music group, released this album called Chain Tripping. For this album, the melodies used in the previous album were used, and they used the middle melody, and this Music VAE made it possible. So Music VAE made it possible to create new melodies. So different sets of music source came from different songs. So this album doesn't violate Copyright Act. And the lyrics came from DPT2, and melody came from different songs. And this is a token of appreciation for music AI. And this album was nominated for even Grammy. This shows a good example of collaboration between AI and creators. And there's something called AI Song Contest. The contest invited musicians and researchers and developers. So they created a team and used different learning models. And the AI Song Contest started in 2020 when we were hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. So the contest was held virtually. And this is a review of the contest. As you can see here, there are different generative models. The melody came from RNL or CNN, and harmony or bass line, they came from different models. And the last part, the audio, used a voice combination. So you can see a whole set of collaboration. 13 teams entered the contest. As you can see, each team has its own number. And each team showed whether their harmony came from humans or from AI. They also showed whether the melodies or the lyrics were generated by humans or AI. So there were different cases. And the comparison was made. As you can see, lyrics, melody, and harmony came from AI. And difficult part, like a structural part, like arrangements and structure and vocal synthesis, they required final touch of human beings. This is a recent trend. This is called Harmony AI. You know the famous Stable Diffusion? The Stability AI is trying to build a community for audio AI where people can get together to create audio AI. In this model, music, which is not protected by copyright, can be used. Let me share with you another perspective. The way we write a song recently is not the traditional process of writing a song. From the start, you use AI technology. There are sample assets. There are pieces of sounds. Sprite is the leading website. If you visit there, you will see many creators posted their sample packs. You can buy them, and anyone can use them for commercial gain. And it is interesting that famous K-pop music is using the sample packs available in this website. They just modify or edit the sample packs. Let me play a little bit. This is original music that comes from a sample pack. That was the original music, and this was the modified version used for this K-pop song. This is another K-pop song. They use the original music you just heard. So there are many different examples. And this is not violating Copyright Act because they are available for everyone's use. And AI can also separate music tracks. AI can separate drum, bass, and vocal from a music track. And this technology has advanced so rapidly, so we can even separate them into what we call spec. And this was created by a Korean developer. And here the song is Dynamite by BTS. Let me play it a little bit.
Ding dong, call me me on my phone, nice tea, and I'll get my ping pong.
네, 이 정도로 할게요. 이 정도로 이제 정말
And the sound quality is so clean. The creators now have tremendous potential. Historically, we have these great songs, and these songs can be separated into drum, bass, and vocal, and they will be available to creators, violinists and opera singer. They can pick and choose a certain music track from existing or traditional songs, but they can create another copyright issue. There is a certain provisions that can be applied to mix music, but we have to make sure whether the music came from an original song or was created in the first place. There are many different components in music. There is a tone, and there is another component, and tone transfer can separate tone of a voice. If you sing a song, you can your performance style remains the same, but you can add violin rhythm, and you can also add a vocal, and the vocal can be transferred into sound of a violin. But as you just heard, the same play style can be maintained. And this is the winner of the contest. He's from Thailand. And this is a very famous instrument in Thailand. There are different musical notes that are only used for this type of traditional instrument in Thailand. And the tone can be transferred or converted into sound of trumpet or saxophone. As these examples show, you can separate the tone from sounds. Another example is what you are seeing on the screen. You already know vocal AI. You know the AI voice that can copy a voice of someone. And this case shows AI can copy a voice of someone who is dead. But this also is related to Copyright Act, and there is criticism that this AI technology is taking advantage of a dead man's heritage asset. But this technology can be developed further to separate tone from a voice. And lastly, we can create this commercial music. One of the latest technologies is what we can use for mixing. Mixing, some people say, is a type of art. You can add a compressor or collide to make the music sound the best. And the reference data can be input to create the best type of music. I'm not going to play this. And here, Megamix was used, and the same style can be maintained, and EQ can be controlled to have the best results. I think I'm running late. So this is a summary. The generative AI will be the mainstream. Sequire shows that well. Almost every month, something new is launched, so I have a hard time keeping up with them. So here we have to think about productivity of creators. So creators will spend most of their time in some part and save time in other parts. And this generative AI will inspire creators. But basically, AI requires learning data. So you have to think about how you're going to protect copyrighted work of artists. But you also have to think about the balance between copyright protection and creativity. And voice data in the field of audio will be a very critical issue. And there are risks of new copyright issues. Are we going to use a watermark, or are we going to use a new technology when we try to manage music sources? And there could be other copyright issues regarding separated music tracks. And are we going to give a status to AI? Is AI a creator? Is AI a copyright holder? If we recognize AI as a copyright holder, what would happen? And could this involve plagiarism? AI is a virtual object. Can we ask AI to take a certain responsibility when there is an issue of plagiarism or copyright issues? With that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. As the presenter said, it is very attractive to use AI, but we also have to think about how we are going to deal with copyright issues. It was Professor Namju Han at KAIST.
Steps Bill Rosenblatt.
And we're going to listen to the next presentation by Mr. Bill Rosenblatt from Giant Steps Media Technology Strategies. Let's meet him through the video.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Bill Rosenblatt. I am president of Giant Steps Media Technology Strategies, which is a consulting firm based in New York. And I'd like to talk to you this afternoon about copyright infrastructure at internet scale. Just a little bit about me. I am a consultant, as I said, with a focus on digital media and copyright. I've worked with several Korean businesses, and I've spoken at ICOTech a few times in the past. It's a great conference. I am an adjunct professor at New York University in the music business program, and I'm the author of a book on digital rights management and a forthcoming book that will be out next year on technology disruption and the music industry. So today I want to talk to you about the need for rights administration at internet scale. The idea is that content is copied and distributed at internet speed and scale today, and there is a rapid proliferation of distribution and access models for digital content. The licensing of that content has to happen at the same speed and scale as the distribution, because if that doesn't happen, then consumers will gravitate to unauthorized content and creators will not get paid. So what we need is something that we call copyright infrastructure, and this is a term that I heard a couple of years ago in the European Union, and I think it's a great term, so I've adopted it here. And what does that mean? Well, it means several things, including complete, precise, and accurate and up-to-date or current data about rights, royalties, rights holders, and so forth. It means the ability to identify content, to identify rights holders. It means good metadata about content, protocols for conveying all that information among different parties and transactions, and it means data repositories and registries to hold all that data and to track transactions. So where do these come from? They come from a combination of different places. They come from laws, they come from industry conventions, just the way that entities in the industry do things. They come from standards, which Stella Griffiths talked about this morning. They come from entrepreneurship, from entrepreneurial activities that create new technologies and new practices. And they come from the identification of best practices, what works versus what doesn't work. I'm going to give you an example to show you the need for scalable copyright infrastructure. And it's a US streaming music example. This is what I'm most familiar with. And the US is a complicated market. It's a big and complicated market. So there are a lot of different moving parts here. Let's say that somebody plays a song on Spotify, and the song specifically is Bad Romance by Lady Gaga. I chose this song because it's actually pretty simple compared to a lot of modern pop songs that have a lot more different rights holders and composers and so on. So, reading from left to right, we have three different royalty streams here. These are the three most important. On the left is the mechanical royalty on the music composition, which is essentially like the music and lyrics to the tune, the song. In the middle is the performance royalties on the composition. Those are treated separately in the US for music streaming. It's not true elsewhere, in some other places. And then on the right, we have the sound recording, which is the recording of Lady Gaga's performance of the composition. And the label here is Interscope, which is a label of Universal Music Group, the largest recorded music company in the world. So we've got various entities that are involved here, three of which are music publishers in the blue boxes on the left, and they are House of Gaga, which is Lady Gaga's music publishing company, Songs of Red One, which is the music publishing company of Red One, the producer. Nadir Hayat is his real name. And then in the middle, we have Sony Music Publishing, which is one of the major music publishers, and they act as an administrator or sort of a back office processor for these two publishing companies. Then on the right, we have the recording artists who are also the co-composers of this tune, Lady Gaga and Red One. And we have different royalty streams that are shown in italics, which I won't go over in detail. But there are several elements of copyright infrastructure inherent in this set of royalty transactions that get kicked off whenever someone plays this song on a streaming service such as Spotify. On the musical composition side, one element is something called an ISWC, which I think Stella talked about this morning. That's an identifier for a music composition. And then there are also identifiers called IPI, or interested party identifier, that are used with songwriters and music publishers. So each of the songwriters has an IPI, and separately each of the publishing companies has an IPI. Then on the sound recording side, we have the ISRC, the International Standard Recording Code for the sound recording, and the USUM there denotes United States Universal Music Group. The artist, of course, is Lady Gaga, Red One is the producer, and the label is Interscope. So these are all elements of basic transaction metadata that have to be tracked and stored in various places. Then we show the other different aspects of copyright infrastructure that are involved here. Royalty administrators, entities that process all this stuff. There's the record label, Universal. There is something called the MLC, the Mechanical Licensing Collective, which is something that was established very recently by law in the United States to process mechanical royalties for streaming music services such as Spotify. And then there is also a performance rights organization, which is a form of CMO, collective management organization. In this case, it's BMI, which is one of the handful of CMOs in the United States. I think there are a couple of major ones here in Korea. Then there are some protocols involved, and there's a family of standards in the music industry for protocols known as DDEX. And here we have two DDEX protocols involved. One is ERN, which stands for Electronic Release Notification, and that's a feed of metadata that the record label, in this case Interscope, feeds to the music service, in this case Spotify. The other is the Digital Sales Report, or DSR standard, which is how Spotify sends the label information about this music play on the service. Then there is something called Common Works Registration, or CWR, which is data about the composition and the rights holders that the music publishers send to the CMO, which is BMI in this case. Then we have registries and databases that store this information, and there are two main ones in this case. One is the registry or database of the MLC, which is publicly accessible by law. It's run by a nonprofit, and they make their database available to the public in certain ways. Then there's BMI, which has its own database, although BMI does also have a web interface so that anyone can look at their data through that web interface. So we've seen all these infrastructure elements. Where do these things come from? Well, they come from the different places that I showed in the previous slide. They come from laws, such as the law establishing the MLC and the fact that the mechanical royalties are set by law. They're not set by negotiation among the parties, they're set by law. And there is also a legal precedent that says performance royalties are payable on music streams separately from the mechanicals. And this is something that the US has, and it's not necessarily true in other countries. For example, I don't believe it's true in South Korea. There are industry conventions that come into play that are not actually codified in law, but are just set by convention, by common practice, such as the fact that a PRO such as BMI negotiates what's called a blanket license with a music service based on how much % of the music service's catalog is controlled by BMI as opposed to other PROs such as ASCAP and CSAC. Then we have various standards, and Stella talked about some of these. Standards for identifiers, standards for metadata, standard protocols for conveying that information. We have entrepreneurship that has resulted in services and technologies that are used here. Spotify was the result of entrepreneurship in Sweden over 10 years ago. There are technologies for automatic identification of content based on the bits in the audio file, and there's work in progress on automated identification of compositions, musical compositions, melodies, lyrics, and so on. And then there's automated technology for capturing metadata about sound recordings at the time that they're created in the studio. And of course, various types of experimentation and establishment of best practices. So there are a number of lessons that we can learn about each of these areas that I want to go into briefly. One is that the technical standards for distribution of content are now really controlled by the distributors and not by the content owners, as we'll see. Another lesson that we've learned is that standards have to develop together with the market. They cannot develop separately. Another lesson is that repositories or databases and registries need incentives to be able to flourish. They can't flourish without incentives. And then the last lesson that I want to talk about is that the scale of internet content distribution forces lots of radical changes in the industry. So let's talk about each one of them briefly. One is distributor capture of consumption standards. It used to be that the content owners wanted to own those standards, but that didn't really turn out that way. So for example, DRMs, which are, as you may know, ways of encrypting content so that only the credentialed user can access it in only the prescribed ways. Those are mostly controlled by downstream entities and not by content owners. For example, for ebooks, the DRMs are all controlled by the major ebook distributors such as Amazon, Apple, and Kobo. The one exception to that is Redium LCP for EPUB, which is something that I actually helped develop. In music, there are proprietary DRMs that each music service has developed on its own, such as Spotify, Apple, Google, and so on. In the video world, there are essentially 3 major DRMs developed by Google, Microsoft, and Apple that all of the major online video streaming services use. And in this diagram, it shows red for proprietary and black for standard, and very few of these things are, at least on the right side, the DRM side, are black. The formats are standard formats in many cases, but they're ones that are not controlled by content owners. They're controlled by third-party standards bodies, such as MPEG. The next lesson is that standards in the market must develop together. Some things that we have learned don't work well are to not implement anything until every last detail of a standard is agreed. A better approach is what we call a minimum viable approach, where you put out something that's a minimum viable standard and you test it in the market and you iterate until something that's actually worthwhile and implementable is achieved. Standards organizations as closed clubs with non-disclosure agreements are generally not as effective as standards organizations that invite entrepreneurs and make their specs publicly available. And de facto standards developed by private companies are not preferable compared to faster open standards development processes. If you can get to open standards faster, then that's a better outcome than having private companies control these technologies. Lesson is that registries need incentives to be developed and flourish. The data has to be correct, it has to be complete, and it has to be current, up to date. Repositories have to be accessible, they have to be reliable. There needs to be ways of resolving disputes about the data in equitable ways. All of this is not cheap. It's all expensive and it all requires appropriate governance. What is the right model for achieving those results? Well, we're not sure yet. There are a lot of different models involving who owns these registries and whether they're for-profit or non-profit, whether they're mandated by law or just established in the marketplace. Here are some examples of each of these models. In Korea, there is KOMKA, which is one of the PROs and also mechanical rights organizations. It's the CMO for music compositions, or one of them. It's a private nonprofit that's a common model for such things. There are private for-profit collective management organizations or identifier standards bodies, such as the ISBN Agency for Books in Germany, which happens to be for-profit. There are consortia of, in this case, movie studios for the EIDER standard. That's a consortium model as opposed to a private separate entity. As I mentioned, the MLC for streaming mechanicals of music in the United States was established by legal mandate. And the latest type of governance model, one that we're in the very early stages of, and it's interesting and exciting, is a blockchain model where it's ownerless, where there's some technology involved, but there is no owner of the data. It's out on a public blockchain or semi-public blockchain, which has no one owner. And Verisart is a startup company in the US that handles visual artwork ownership registrations and resale registrations on a blockchain. So those are all different governance models, and we're not sure which are the best ones, and it may be that there is no best one. It's all very situation specific. So scale forces change. The scale of the internet is unprecedented compared to anything that came before, and that's forced a lot of change in the industry of content. Different industries have different, of course, ways of operating, and they've changed in different ways, but music, again, is a good example. And composition mechanical licensing for interactive music streaming has forced a lot of change in the industry because, first of all, streaming is now an industry that worldwide has trillions, if not tens of trillions of streams per year, as opposed to, for example, the number of people per year who bought vinyl albums back in the, let's say, 1970s, 1960s. Each of these streams has to be matched to a composition that underlies the sound recording, and that is a job that is sometimes non-trivial. And then all the licensing has to be done with all the ownership splits and so on. This is all a very complicated task, made even more complicated by the fact that musical creators put out so much music every day, every week, every year. Spotify supposedly ingests about 60,000 tracks, new tracks, every day, 365 days a year. That's several orders of magnitude more music than was issued back in, let's say, the 1980s when CDs were coming out. All of them must be licensed properly, and that's a huge job. So music is the leading edge case. There's been some success, of course not complete success, but there have been some successes in music. And one of the reasons why music is a leading edge case is because there's a tractability about the music universe, or it makes it easier than in some other cases to solve these problems. You have simple atomic units of commerce, compositions, sound recordings of those compositions, albums containing sound recordings of those compositions. They're well understood units. You have a small set of basic rights to those atomic units that are defined in law: reproduction, distribution, and communication to the public. Communication to the public is a right understood in the EU, not in the US. There's a fairly small set of conventional usage rules that we've been discussing, given some examples, and there's standard identifiers that map to these atomic units of commerce that are widely used, such as the ISWC and ISRC. And there are factors that are forcing technological change, such as the enormous transaction volumes, new content, and demand for precision and transparency in royalty payments. So contrast this with a less tractable universe of content, which would be higher education and academic publishing, where each work, such as a textbook or an academic monograph, is not a neat little atomic unit, but a very complex work that has potentially thousands of licensed or licensable parts, the size and nature of which vary widely. Each product has a lot of different variations. Products are not identical across delivery channels, for example, in different countries, different editions, digital versus print, and so on. There's a large and expanding set of usage rules and domains with a lot more varied and granular rights that are licensed. Again, not simple atomic items of licensing. And then we have a world of identifiers that don't necessarily map to licensable items. For example, an ISBN number doesn't necessarily map to a specific or general ebook edition of a book. It might map to a specific distributor of that ebook, or it might map to all ebooks in general of a specific book. It's really up to the publisher, and there are other examples of that. And then, of course, these items of content take very long times to develop editorially and in terms of production. So that's what makes higher education and academic publishing a more difficult set of examples to solve in copyright infrastructure. So that was a very quick tour of copyright infrastructure. And our final slide, I've packed a lot into 20 minutes, but I'm very happy to take questions and invite emails and other forms of inquiry. Here is my contact information. Email is the best way to get in touch with me. I'm also on Twitter and LinkedIn. And so with that, thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
네, 영상 잘 봤습니다.
Thank you very much for your video presentation. Especially in the music industry, we were able to gain important insight on copyright. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Kim Hak-ki to make presentation about the convergence of the copyright and literature and art. Please go ahead if you are ready.
네, 잠시 준비하는 대로
We're going to listen to his presentation as soon as he becomes ready. The presentation is about convergence between copyright and technology in the domain of literature and art. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim Hak-ki from Korea Literature, Academic Works, and Art Copy Association. Actually, I was a member of the ICOTEC Conference Preparation Committee, and now I am making the presentation in this conference. I am honored to make this presentation. And many people helped us hold the conference in 2011, and today I meet many familiar faces. And I am honored to have this opportunity to make presentation. The first session is about copyright technology for all. I want to talk about the meaning of copyright for everyone. This conference is about copyright technologies and the changing trends in the digital environment. Now, I would like to explain about the copyright perspectives on the technology and digital environment.
네, 다시 시작하겠습니다. 문학
Except for music, which was explained before, in the area of literature and art, there are many issues related to copyright. With the spread of COVID-19 and development of digital technology have brought about various issues and incidents. So I would like to talk about those issues we have in the area of literature and art. In June 2021, there was the first NFT-related issue in Korea, starting from the artist Kim Han-gi and Jean-Michel Basquiat. Oh, they didn't want their artwork to be traded on the NFT network. Their works were traded on the NFT. At that time, the NFT industry was lack of understanding on the concept of copyright, so the NFT network made apologies and they created NFT copyright guideline. Most of the copyrighted works traded on NFT without permission of the owner of the copyright were fine art works and photos. After the incident took place in 2021, we cooperated with Korea Copyright Commission and investigated 12 NFT exchanges in Korea. Fortunately, in June 2021, we saw no further infringement of copyright of Korean artists, but as we investigated the NFT exchanges, we found many problems. Users were able to download high-resolution artworks of these artists, and in many cases, the NFT exchanges just handed over the accountability to the users who downloaded the artworks. And in some cases, some NFT exchanges served as the tax haven. This is why we always think about the problems of NFT exchange in terms of its credibility and reliability. And in sometimes, we are not sure if the certain copyrighted works really came from the actual original copyright holder. There are various types of art: basic art, pure art, and commercial art. There's clear difference among these different areas of arts. Traditional art parties like fine art and photography often come to us asking for help regarding their copyright infringement. And there's a large scale fine art work of Kim Han-gi. If we have to scan the file, it takes a very expensive money. And we also need to think about the right to produce secondary works. But still, NFT has brought about a big change in copyright industry because we began to talk about the copyright issues in a full swing. And the relevant commissions are making efforts to solve NFT-related problems. And also NFT exchanges are giving guidelines to solve many technical problems. From NFT artist perspectives, they might want their copyrighted works to be actively traded on the NFT exchange. But in the fine art area, there's big difference between traditional art and digital art. In the visual art sector, they're making effort to adopt NFT, and they are seriously thinking about the right to produce secondary works. Next issue is metaverse. Today, I am making presentation because I am participating in a metaverse R&D project. What I do is that on the metaverse, when copyrighted artwork is traded on the metaverse, it should be properly paid for and distributed, and that requires technologies. And I am conducting the R&D on this technology. In the case of architecture works, there was one academic conference on the architectural works that are traded in the metaverse. Because we thought about the copyright protection of the architectural works that exist in the metaverse. And there are the types of content created in metaverse. We have to see whether the content created in metaverse has the value as the property or copyrighted work. And how are we going to deal with the copyright regarding the metaverse content? And some people see metaverse as a game. Some other people see metaverse as a platform. If it is a game, let's say that there's a copyright infringement in metaverse, then we have to claim that the copyright was infringed to the game manufacturer. But if metaverse is just a platform, we have to hold the users of the content accountable for the copyright infringement. That's why we have to make definition of metaverse, whether it is a game or a platform. Depending on how we define metaverse, the way we deal with copyright issues in metaverse will become changed. Regarding this, Korea Content Promotion Agency and Korea Copyright Commission helped us in figuring out a way to deal with the copyright issues in metaverse. We are conducting the relevant R&D, which will continue by 2024. Third issue is YouTube. So I took an example, YouTube, but other content that are similar to YouTube contents could be included here. There's a content called YouTube ID. As mentioned by the TikTok speaker, it is important to monitor the use of copyrighted content in YouTube and make the payment and settlement of the copyright to the copyright holder. Actually, many YouTube members claim that their copyrighted work was infringed. Music and video image can be monitored, but literature, fine art image, and photos are not yet being monitored in YouTube. That's why it is difficult to pay and settle the royalty or copyright fee for the copyrighted literature and photo in YouTube. And we conducted a survey regarding this. We had 8 use monitor agents who monitored the situation for 2 weeks. They monitored the situation in YouTube for 2 weeks. There was a BookTube channel. We found 376 BookTube channels for 2 weeks. Among the booktube channels, 70% of them were using literature works without permission of the copyright holder. And there were about 3 million users who watch the literature content that was distributed without the permission of the copyright holder. 3 million users is not a large number compared to music industry, but the booktube operators who used the literature works without the permission of the copyright holder earned a large amount of profit. And it was difficult for us to ask the booktubers to delete the content that they were distributing without the permission of the author. And we have to ask the booktube operator to pay for the royalty. But the YouTuber just says that only 3 million users watched the content, so I cannot make payment to the copyright owner. But what I can do is just to delete the content. So it's difficult to settle payment on copyright in the YouTube channel. Next issue is related to broadcasting. Some of you may not understand why we're talking about broadcasting, but literature and art sector is not receiving much royalty from broadcasting sector. Literature, visual art, and so on are being used and distributed by broadcasting companies, but they are not fully paying the royalty to the copyright owners because we are lack of the monitoring activities. In 2021, maybe from the end of May 2021, we started the entrusted task of monitoring the copyright issues in literature and image works by broadcasting companies. At first, we didn't know how to investigate the situation. There were about 390 broadcasting channels in Korea. In order to monitor each of the 390 channels, we had to use a lot of personnel, and numberless contents are being distributed across broadcasting media, and none of them were being treated and processed perfectly, and it requires much more staff and personnel to properly monitor the copyright issues in broadcasting. In the case of music industry, they have a system called Bromis to monitor how music is being used and distributed in broadcasting channels. Just like that, we need the similar system and technology in the literature and art sector so that we can bring the royalty of the copyrighted work to the accurate copyright holder. After the COVID-19 broke out, we faced serious problems with education. Our association is a CMO, and we also receive compensation. Not only textbook, but also the classes, materials, and teaching materials that are used in elementary school and high schools are dealt with by our activities. With COVID-19, online education became prevalent, and internet education and online sharing of educational content became the mainstream trend, and we have had constraints in receiving all the compensation for the use of the copyrighted educational content. So there's a demand that we have to expand the compensation system And we also received a request that the compensation guideline must be clearly defined and the scope of permission for use of the educational content should be changed. In calculating the scope of permission for using certain educational content is a difficult and complicated process. And we talk about the adoption of ECL. With the development of digital technology and the outbreak of COVID-19, we have higher demand for ECL, and this is the new topic in our area. The relevant amendments are also being proposed. Actually, Korea Copyright Commission is receiving help from our association to see if the copyrights are properly processed and managed. We are working with a British company. And if you look at the program book, if you look at the materials of foreign speakers and my presentation materials, you will not see any copyrighted work because we are careful not to infringe the copyrights. But it's different for teachers. Do you think that teachers at schools will be able to give lecture to their students without any image, without any copyrighted work in the textbook and teaching materials? So we're trying to develop the technologies that will make this job easier. Next issue is publishing. In the Bill Rosenblatt presentation, the last presentation was very impressive because that's the most important, most difficult part. Higher education and the academic papers are one of the most important areas where it's very difficult to deal with the copyright issues. We have to have DOI, ECI, and DOI. And ISBN presentation was actually my first time. And we heard that ISCC identifier will soon be published. For one copyrighted work, dozens of identifiers can be matched. I don't think this is going to be easy. And there are many issues in the publishing sector, depending on whether it's paper book or e-book. Now, paper book market is not growing, and e-book market is growing, but the growth is mostly around webtoon and web novels. Web novels and webtoons should be regarded as digital content, or should we regard webtoon and web novels as a type of book? ISBN is matched to a book. Then can we use ISBN to webtoon and web novel, and to what extent? In the case of audiobook, as the previous speaker said, we need to think about the voice actors in the audiobook. If we produce audiobook with the voice actor, then should we have to recognize the right of the voice actor here as well? And if we use AI tools and create content, as we heard from the presentation, there are works that are jointly created by a person and AI. In the case of co-created works, the copyright becomes effective for 70 years after the person dies. And if one of the co-creator is AI, then until when should we recognize the copyright? This is a task we have to solve. This is realistical thing. Till when do we have to recognize the copyright of an artwork that was created by both AI and a human? As you walk around the neighborhood around colleges, you will see many stores that provide the, the scanning or copying services where they're actually scanning and copying the copyrighted books. In principle, such copying of books without permission of the copyright owner is illegal, but that is being done just openly. And that makes us think about the meaning and possibility of proprietary copying practices and technologies. Also, regarding AI, we have a lot of things to think about from the literature and art perspective. Actually, there are many technologies underlying this sector, including technologies that protect copyright and portrait right. So if the process is divided into protection, permission on usage, payment, settlement, and distribution, we have to think about the gap between protection of copyrighted work and intellectual property right. Regarding the permission and usage, we have to think about whether the permission should be made before the usage or after the usage. In terms of payment, payment should be made accurately on a real-time basis. Distribution of royalty requires efficiency and transparency. That's why there are many people using various technologies to enable all these four categories of copyright management. Copyright management consists of copyrighted work management technology and intellectual property right related requirements. Requirements here mean the requirements from industries and businesses. So is there metadata in copyrighted work? And do we have digital file of the copyrighted work? Do we have DNA? No, that's not truth. In the case of photographies, fine artwork, we don't have all the meta information, digital file, and DNA prepared. And in the case of novel, it takes a long time to get the metadata, digital file, and DNA. And contract relationship is very important. In most of the cases, the contract relationship is often not publicly open. And since contract is related to money and distribution of profit, oftentimes the contract relationship is not disclosed. And they are also bounded by the non-disclosure agreement. And when there are several copyright holders, we have to contact each of the copyright holders to make payment. Another thing that requires our review. In terms of the copyright laws and regulations, there are various technological issues. First of all, whether the platform is OSP or special purpose OSP. And we have to see if the technical protection measures are prepared well. And we have to think about the scope of copyright, whether it is the right to display or the right to communication to the public. And there are limits and constraints in the copyright law. There are tons of issues we should review for a single copyright. So as a person working in the field, in terms of the copyright technologies and digital environment, how can we converge literature, art, and copyright technology? First, I'll talk about conversions between literature, art, and R&D. My presentation is from the perspective of Literature and Artwork Association. I have conducted about 5 R&D projects. One was done last year, and the others are currently underway. I am participating in 4 copyright related R&D projects. Convergence between literature, art, and IT. This is the scope of management we have. Our association deals with literature, visual art, video image, and performance art. And we also receive compensation for the use of educational content without permission of the copyright owner. Depending on the form of book, the approaches and perspectives of copyright can become different. And depending on whether some artwork is pure traditional art or digital commercial art, the way we apply copyright to NFT or metaverse will become changed. Things are much more difficult in art sector because often we don't know who is the copyright owner of a play. We don't know who is the copyright holder of, for example, a choreography. To find that, we need a fixed form of copyrighted work and name of the copyrighted work. Also, there could be disputes over the copying of the copyrighted works without the permission of the copyright owner. I talked about the copyright owners, but we also need to think about the perspectives of those who have the utility model, who have the right to a utility model. So things can become different depending on the stakeholder. And in terms of the right to publish fine art, we can come across different types of discussions, and it is very difficult to have all the communication with diverse stakeholders. This is R&D convergence. We have digital copyright technologies like forensic filtering, watermark, and we have other digital technologies, including AI. These technologies can be properly converged, but actually software developers, operators, and companies and entrusted management organizations will be using these technologies. In order to make our R&D project a success, we have to understand the ecosystem together with the software developers, distributors, and entrusted management organizations. From my experience, I always explain about the R&D on copyright issues to the software developers, distributors, and other stakeholders for the whole year. So it means that we need to educate many stakeholders on the copyright concept. So now this is my conclusion. I am not a copyright technology developer, but actually I meet with copyright owners, I meet with engineers, I meet with distributors. My talk is based on my personal experience, so some of my comments might be incorrect, but first comment is that there is the gap difference between copyright sector and technology sector. Copyright stakeholders are lack of knowledge on technologies. They like it if it makes them earn money, but they don't know much about NFT or blockchain. And people in the technology sector have a lack of understanding on copyright. Some people think that if someone has copyright, then that person will become immediately successful. And those in the technology sector they are concerned about the cost, for example, the cost for maintaining the server. So the stakeholders in the copyright sector and stakeholders in the technology sector have different levels of understanding on each other, and they are lack of the efforts to truly understand each other better. That's why we need to conduct joint projects between the two different sectors. That's why also why we are having this kind of copyright technology conference. Not only the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, but also other stakeholders have helped us. Through their help, we have been conducting various R&D projects related to the copyright of literature and artwork. In the short term and in the long term, we have to come up with strategies. Maybe we can conduct plus 3 years period of R&D. Also, we need to recognize the importance of trials and errors. Even if we have technical failure for now, we can become successful after several more years of preparation. We need to become patient in this area. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. He shared with us the presentation and emphasized the importance of short-term and long-term strategies.
네, K
Now I'm going to introduce you the last speaker of the first afternoon session. Haley Kang will tell us AI-based generative model and copyright. Let's meet him through a video.
네, 준비가 되는 대로 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
As soon as the video is ready, we are going to introduce Dr. Kang to you. Dr. Kang is working as an AI scientist at QII.
준비됐을까요?
Is the video ready?
Thank you for attending the International Copyright Technology Conference 2022. This presentation will talk about the AI-based generative model and copyright. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dong-ho Kang. I got my PhD in AI and robotics for construction at the University of Manitoba in 2022. I am currently working as an AI scientist in Key AI. I also do volunteer work to spread the AI technology with NVIDIA for the university student. If you are interested in the AI workshop, please contact me. We have various academic options. Anyway, my research publication and my company work experience are highly focused on the computer vision field. For this reason, I would like to present a high-level view of the AI-based image generative model instead of text generative model. After that, we will discuss the interesting example cases between AI creators and copyright. I'll skip the detail about the copyright law since I am not a lawyer, but I try to explain about the case result as an AI scientist. I hope that attendants can get useful information from this presentation and find future opportunities for it. Let's dive into the presentation. In 2022, AI is able to generate realistic images or videos from sentences. It is not just a simple face change like a deep fake. For example, with stable diffusion, even ordinary people can easily generate an artistic image based on the user's input sentences. There is no required coding knowledge or paint skill. Also, Meta Research publishes the text-to-video AI. When a user enters a sentence, AI creates a video based on input sentence. In this way, we can easily produce various images or videos without more specialized skill. Many professional artists said that the development of camera is the first momentum of the art. Before the development of camera, painter practiced drawing realistic images. The more skilled painter, the more realistic the paintings. However, after the camera is developed, the characteristic of artist is changed. The painting skill becomes less important, and creativity is one of the most important aspects of the art. Now, I would like to say that the AI hit the second momentum in art history. AI can generate the multiple images which can overcome the human imagination. An artist just pick the best images among them and print it. For example, Jason Allen won the Colorado State Fair. An image is generated by the Midjourney AI. We just print the image on the canvas and submit the contest. This case is one of the cases that AI beat the human's creativity. And it is a little bit scary moment. However, let's see some behind the technology about this artwork. I will briefly explain about AI while avoiding mathematical approaches as much as possible. For example, when we make the police AI, which can identify the fake money. In this case, we have input money image and AI give the result that it is a genuine or fake. To train this process, AI compares the prediction result and ground truth. This process is repeated when our police AI can classify that input data is the real money or fake money. Compared to the previous police AI, generative adversarial network, which is called GAN, has different structures. GAN is the hot technology as an image generation model. Contrary to our previous police AI, it can be described as counterfeiters. This algorithm is trying to make a fake money that looks real and compete with our previous police AI. Police AI is trying to identify this counterfeiter's money as a fake money. And if these two AI compete against each other and improve their performances, and one day counterfeiters might be able to create the realistic money. That's the concept of the game. For the little bit fancy term, the training process of both model generator and discriminator is as follows. Before the first running, there is a probability distribution of the real data and probability distribution of the generator and the probability distribution of discriminator. Discriminator determines how different the generator and the existing probability distribution are. and the generator modifies the generation model to deceive the discriminator according to real probability distribution, and ultimately has the process of reducing the difference between the probability distribution of generator and the probability distribution of the real data. I would like to say one more time, the core concept of GAN is that algorithm reduce the difference between the probability distribution of the generator, which is a counterfeiter, and the probability distribution of real data, which is a real money. The diffusion algorithm might produce a similar result to generative adversarial model, but it works in a different way. First, we add the noise to each step of the image. However, AI removes this noise to recover the images in each step. If AI performs this process a lot of times, in the end, AI can generate the image from the noise. To explain it in a little bit more detail, the diffusion algorithm follows the assumption of the Markov chain. There are given past state and present state, but the future state only affects the present state. Any change in the state is not continuous. This procedural approach shows that each state will gradually add the noise, but if AI calculates inversely, AI can also remove the noise at each state. In the end, AI generates the images from the noise. For example, in this image, the diffusion algorithm removes the noise each state, and it can complete the images, Homo Simpson image. Nowadays, diffusion is getting a lot of attention in the generative AI field because this logic can be applied more widely in various tasks. For example, in a model that creates the images from text, the AI is combined between the text interpretation model and diffusion model. Using a large amount of dataset with the images and text, we can teach the distance state between the image and text. As the result, the text provided by user is turned into the image. For example, the above images are made by an algorithm called Glide. In this algorithm, users can edit the images with the input sentences. After the AI draw the image of dog, wearing a hat and bow tie, like that. Like this, AI can be applied to design the product or art creation activities in the future. Recently, US Seoul has also acknowledged the copyright of AI-drawn images. AI technology described before are now important in the copyright as well in this region. New York-based artist Kristina Kashtanova has recently received the copyright of her comic book Jaya of the Dawn, which is made by also AI. On the other hand, Steven Taylor's AI art, which is called A Recent Entrance to Paradise, is rejected by USCO. This rejection case is quite interesting. In the next page, we will see the discussion between the Taylors and the USCOs. USCO provides the concrete reason that why USCO rejected the Taylor's cases. Let's check a little bit more detail. Let's see the USCO's rejection report. The USCO described why they rejected his cases multiple times. Also, Taylor claims some of his idea about his copyright for the reconsideration of his request. Because the reason why we see this one is that we need to understand why his case is rejected. On November 3rd, 2018, it's 4 years ago, Taylor submitted his application to register a copyright of his AI work. He registered the computer-generated work as a work for hire to the owner of Creative Machine. So Creative Machine is the AI, obvious. And Office rejected his file because it lacks the human authorship necessary to the support of copyright claim. Taylor sent the reconsideration request, and in September 23, 2019, he said that human authorship requirement is unconstitutional and unsupported by either statute or case law. Office rejected his first reconsideration request because Office said that it is lack the required human authorship necessary to sustain a claim in copyright. Taylor did not provide any evidence on sufficient creative input or intervention by human author in the work. So Taylor actually, claims the second reconsideration in 2020. He said that there is no binding authority that prohibits copyright for computer-generated work. Copyright law allows non-human entities to be authors under the work made for hire doctrine. So he keep claiming that he hired the AI. And Office's new report said that copyright law only protects the fruit of the intellectual level that are founded in the creative powers of the human mind. Taylor must either provide evidence that the work is the product of human authorship or convince the office to depart from century of copyright jurisprudence. So also, Taylor is talking about the work, and he hired a machine. About this argument, office also refuted his claim, and this part is also very interesting to me, and I believe you guys also are very interesting about this part, because office said that Taylor's work is clearly not a work made for hire as defined in the Copyright Act. The work is required to make for hire must be either prepared by an employee or by one or more parties who expressly agree in written instrument that the work is for hire. So Taylor's AI cannot give any expression about the written instrument. I think that this is the critical reason that why USCO does not allow the copyright. However, if AI can think and they can sign the agreement in the futures, then this claim can be a new argument. I'm not sure that Taylor will send his third request about this copyright. But compared to the Taylor's case, Christina submit her application with authorship as the Christina about her comic book. Also, Christina has the rights and permission. So I believe that USCO gives the copyright for this reason. However, AI can generate the millions of comic book very easily. So I'm not sure that USCO can handle this problem in future. For the summarize it, the human authorship is required to get the copyright, and Christina registered herself as the author of Jaya of the Dawn, and USCO allowed that AI as the tool and human is the author. And Taylor registered the AI, as the author of the art. So USCO refused that there is no creative contribution about the art. So these two cases left some question. If you are the creator, how you can protect your work, which is made by AI? If you are a lawyer, how can you protect your client? And if you are public service, how can you classify that this should be approved or not? And there might be a lot of cases after these two cases, because this is just starting. Now world is actually changing, and people is also currently defining the creativity of the borderline between human and AI. And you might become a Christina or Dallas. However, one fact is that we cannot roll back to this upcoming AI world. And thank you for listening to my presentations. If you have any question, feel free to contact me. Thank you.
네,
Thank you very much, Dr. Kang at QII. This is the end of the first afternoon session. We'll take a short break. We will come back by 3:40. Thank you.
In this session, we're going to invite Professor Kim Jae-yoon from Hongik University as the moderator. And we will invite the speakers for the second session, Mr. Kim Kwang-il, the Deputy CEO from Clover Virtual Fashion, Mr. Yoon Kyung-gu, the Managing Director from PASU, Mr. Kim Tan-yu, the Strategic Director, Mr. Kang Tae-jin, CEO of Konist, Mr. Park Jong-ho, CEO of Little Song Music. Let's invite them to the stage.
자, 다 자리해 주셨는데요. 그럼 지금부터는 좌장님이신 김지훈 교수님께
Then I would like to ask the moderator to proceed with the second session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim Ji-yoon from Hongik University. In session 1, we learned about the copyright technologies. In the second session, we will take a look at the current status of new copyright services. The theme is New Copyright Service Paradigm. Let's see how the paradigm is being changed, and let's have a look at the possible challenges and solutions to the problems. The first speaker is Mr. Kim Kwang-il, the Deputy CEO of Clover Virtual Fashion. Mr. Kim Kwang-il will make presentation on the present and future of digital fashion. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim Kwang-il from Clover Virtual Fashion. Nice to meet you all. Today, I am going to talk about the present and future of digital fashion. And why are we talking about digital fashion from global virtual fashion? Some of you may have this question in your mind. Brief introduction about our company. We have a 3D clothing software, and you may have seen the technology from the animation Frozen, and we have software that creates the virtual images. And we also have Connect, which is a platform on which you can trade the virtual clothing. We were established in 2019, and we have a headquarters in Korea and offices in global companies. We also have 4,000 companies as our global clients. Some of you may be familiar with the brand. About 2,500 companies are our clients. We also have Walt Disney, DreamWorks, and many other client companies. And we have 840,000 global users. In terms of Clover, we have 320,000 users and about 20 users. And let's talk about digital fashion. One is the physical, real fabric, and the other is digital. Which one is real and which one is virtual? Can you see the difference? Left one is the real fabric, the right one is the virtual fabric. I'll give you more images. Here, one is real and the other is virtual. Left one is the real fabric, the right one is virtual. Lastly, one is digital and the other is real fabric. So let's compare the two. Person is real, but one clothing is real and the other is virtual. Which clothing do you think is digital? Left one is the actual model wearing the real clothing, and the next one is virtual one. Lastly, we have 4 clothing. Which one do you think is real and which one do you think is digital? In conclusion, all of the 4 photos are the digital clothing. As such, it's difficult to determine which one is digital and which one is real if you're just trying to determine this by your bare eyes. If fashion companies adopt 3D, the first purpose of doing this was to enhance the innovation, to lower the cost and enhance the communication. But 2 years ago, COVID-19 took place, and non-contact and metaverse became the new trend, and sustainability has also become an important issue. That's why many companies are adopting 3D technologies. I prepared a video from H&M. She explains why H&M is using Glow and 3D technology. Let's have a look at the video.
Hi, I'm Alba Claire, and this is The Small Things, a space created by H&M to help you and I get technical about the things in fashion that really matter. Introducing Glow, a 3D garment simulation. Today we're going to be looking at some of the ways in which innovative thinking can positively impact the world of design. In traditional design practices, things like unnecessary physical sampling, think fabric waste, are a seriously live issue. Creative changes equals excess samples, and excess samples put more pressure on our planet's resources. But how can this be avoided? Introducing Glow, a 3D garment simulation that allows designers to freely experiment without using any resource. Let's take a closer look. An H&M designer will now show us just how seamless the process of 3D garment simulation can be.
Hi, I'm Matteo, a junior designer at H&M. I'm going to show you a quick demonstration of how to design and modify a dress using Glow 3D. Using this software, I'm able to place the pattern, adjust the lengths, experiment with fabric colors, play around with design elements such as ruching, and change my avatar in an easy and effective way. This dress features in our spring collection. Alva, show us the final result.
Amazing! The finished product is just as major as the design. Designing garments in 3D opens up a world of unlimited design variations. Without the burden of resources and transportation, this leads to a lower environmental impact. As we've seen, virtual sampling is a quick and more sustainable development in the way that brands design. Lead times are reduced, changes are easier, and unwanted samples are completely taken out of the equation. Going forward, it's even possible that we ourselves could buy directly from a 3D garment simulation like Chloe, tailoring our clothes to fit exactly the way we want them. Now that's something I can get on board with. You've been watching The Small Things with H&M and me, Alba Claire. Don't forget to like and subscribe below for even more nerdy fashion lessons. Bye!
방금 보셨던 것 같이
Just as you saw from the video, there are many companies like H&M. Actually, there are 2,500 companies that adopted 3D technology. Because from planning till the production phase, they want to use 3D technology. Tommy Hilfiger and Hugo Boss are also doing initial sketch of their garment through digital technologies. And they are going to use 3D until the very stage of production of garments. Among Korean companies, LF, Sejong, or FNF, and many other companies are using 3D technologies as green design innovation. Many companies like these have adopted 3D technologies and improving their process. And the content here is used to create various short images or video to be included in their Instagram. Do you think this is digital garment or real garment? This is actually being sold in LF Mall. These are digital garments. At first, LF was worried about using this technology because when they upload digital photo, people may recognize this as digital photo and people will not be willing to buy this garment that is shown only in digital form. But we actually have tried this and uploaded the digital sample cloths on the website, and there's no change in the amount of revenue in LF Mall. Then let's see where the global companies are interested in. This is about digital sourcing talk. This is the kind of platform where you can see the trends of fashion companies. In 2019, many companies talk about the digital roadmap. From 6 to 7 years ago, they have established digital roadmap, and in 2019, they have published or presented their digital roadmap. Then what about 2021 and 2022? They're talking about digital assets. Digital assets mean the actual materials or subsidiary supplementary materials needed to produce garments. They're talking about how they're going to secure digital assets that are required to produce their garments. Many companies are going through digital data roadmap, and they feel that it is necessary to control and manage their digital assets properly. And what is the topic that is discussed this day? Fashion companies are using AR, VR, and Epic Games are saying that fashion industries need to apply these technologies. Then how are digital technologies being applied in fashion industry? How is fashion using metaverse, for example? Roblox, Zapato are called the metaverse universe. Fashion brands in the metaverse world are launching their brands in metaverse. And many companies say that they don't earn a specifically large revenue from their brands launched in metaverse, but they're launching the brand in Metaverse because they want to enhance their brand awareness among the users of Metaverse. Recently, in the case of Facebook, they announced a plan to sell virtual assets with real money. And there's Metaverse Fashion Walk. A fashion show is also underway in the Metaverse world. This is the US Design Association, which has signed partnership with Metaverse. You saw the video from H&M. H&M recently created a virtual showroom. This is based on Unreal demand, so not ordinary consumers participated in the virtual showroom, but press and journalists participated in the virtual showroom.
패션 기업들이
Why are fashion companies interested in virtual showroom? So when they create a showroom in Korea physically, then we cannot invite all the global audience. But if you create a virtual showroom, you can invite unlimited scope of audience to your virtual showroom. And virtual showroom and virtual clothing have become hot topic, as well as virtual humanism. You may know what Rosie is, and many commercials have been launched with Rosie. In the past, it took about 800 million Korean won to use a commercial model, but these days it takes about 10 million Korean won to use this virtual model. Recently, Mushinsa created a virtual character of Yuain and used the virtual character as the commercial model. As such, virtual humans have also been created, and there is a higher possibility for many brands to use this technology. And I will show you one more video clip.
I could be one of many.
Je pourrais être architecte.
Ou guide.
Quizá un artista.
You create the narrative.
I am metahuman.
As you saw from the video, this is a software that is accessible to anyone. Anyone can create characters by using this kind of software. Metahumanism was launched in 2022 and is being used by many companies. So I showed you digital world and real world. The ultimate direction we pursue is that digital twin is being implemented as fashion companies are delivering the real fashion content into metaverse world, and the content from metaverse world is being delivered to the real world. So we are now in the copyright technology conference. In fashion industry, we use many copyright terminologies, like in H&M and Zara. Many fashion companies are discussing what they're going to do with the copyright over similar design. And in the case of StoiX, it didn't receive the permission from Nike and issued NFT based on the model of Nike product. This is the bucket bag of Hermes. This product took the name from Hermes bucket bag and created issue regarding the copyright. And I mentioned that we have a platform on which you can buy and sell clothing. This is not that anyone can sell or buy clothing here, but we confirm the data uploaded on the platform and then enable users to do the trading of the clothing. Recently, there was someone saying that there's a famous painting created by Van Gogh, and it costs about 900,000 to 1 million Korean won, and more than 20 pieces of the painter was sold on the NFT platform. But the copyright of Van Gogh actually has unclear issues, because regarding the valid period of the copyright of Van Gogh, we had issues, and it was difficult for us to approve the trade of the Van Gogh paintings. So this is about the digital content and digital artworks. Whether it be digital content or digital artworks, there are the original creators, and the original creators have their copyright over the works. And how do we have to deal with those issues on the NFT platform? And we often say that we need to listen to the lecture from other sector as well. And we said that we need to listen to a lecture about copyright from fashion industry as well. And we are making efforts to protect the copyright in fashion industry. Fashion is changing with digital technology, and there are many copyright issues in fashion. And digital fashion rights is one of the issues that we're paying attention to, and we'd like to receive help from you experts next time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Fashion industry's copyright issues have become serious issues in offline. The same is true for digital world. When we use Clo, you don't need to sketch the garment manually, but you can sketch and design garment and produce the garment. And many prominent fashion brands are using Clo. So you can use Closet Connect as well.
The second speaker in this session is Executive Director at PASU, Mr. Yoon Kyung-gu. The title of his presentation is NFT Token Structure to Distribute Encrypted Content. Good afternoon. As introduced, I'm Yoon Kyung-gu. I'm responsible for R&D at PASU. We are working on encrypted documentation like Word and Hangul, and we are trying to protect copyright of the documents. For that, we are using access control. That is part of our key business areas. In this presentation, I'd like to talk about how we can apply this approach to NFT tokens. As you may well know, NFT has characteristics of blockchain. It is different from generic token. It is irreplaceable, and you can claim the exclusive right to NFT if you have one. And it is also a tool for proof of ownership. It can represent the digital assets as well as assets in the real world. What is interesting about NFTs is this is always identifiable, so you can trade NFTs. Basically, you can use encrypted wallets to transfer ownership of an NFT, and you can also use a more complicated and sophisticated financial transaction. You can split NFTs to own part of it. For example, this is one of the options you can use. You can use this approach. The original token can be deposited in this vault. You can issue a split fraction, and the split fractions can be issued as well. There's only one original token, but it can be split into different parts for transactions. The access control to copyrighted NFT work requires encryption. NFT copyrighted work in general provides ownership guarantees and guarantee of the original copy. And as I said earlier, NFT is not replaceable, but there is no limit in access, basically. And there are different types of digital copies that are identifiable. So in general, when it comes to copyrighted work, we often use this approach called EEDIM. This is used for stories of documents. The original copies are not distributed randomly. They are distributed through encryption. If we have access authentication, you will be provided with a decryption key. You can use the decryption key to access this copyrighted work. So encrypted copyrighted work requires a decryption key. Today, I'd like to focus on under the structure of a blockchain and NFTs. We can provide this service to have access to NFT copyrighted work. So we can add this new right. So let's take a look whether it can be possible. It is possible with blockchain. Let's say there is original copyrighted work and you can issue an NFT token to it. And here, the token is in the form of encrypted NFT tokens. And the decryption key gives you a chance to look into the encrypted document. You can open the document with decryption key. Basically, I already told you the basic idea of this approach. So this is the structure of the encrypted token. So let me briefly tell you how you can take a look at the encrypted copyrighted work by using a decryption key. This is also called a symmetric key. There is a public key and there is a private key. If you use a public key for encryption, you can use a private key. So the two keys are in a symmetric relation. And public keys are open to everyone. Private keys, as the name says, it is exclusive to you, for example. And there is a symmetric key. Symmetric key can be used for encryption as well as decryption. There is a big difference between a symmetric key and a public key. The symmetric key is very slow because it requires a large amount of computation. And a symmetric key, public key is slow, and a symmetric key is much faster compared to a public key. When we say we encrypt and decrypt content, this is the approach and method we can use. The content itself contains a large amount of data, so it is very risky to use a symmetric key to encrypt and decrypt. So we use a public key. Let's say there is an NTF token issued. So you can use your symmetric key to encrypt the copyrighted NTF work. The encrypted key is a public key. So if you use the same key again, you can decrypt the NTF copyrighted work. So let's call the NFT token an encrypted token. So here we are going to use one key. So this key can be used to encrypt and decrypt the NTF. I'm going to call another key content key. How we are going to manage the NFT or the content key. This is our basic idea. The content key is a symmetric key and a public key. So we are going to use this symmetric key to issue another NFT token. So this token is a generic NFT token that contains content. And there will be another key token that can be issued. And this key content will contain encrypted content key. So if you use our content key, you can have access to this work. That means this content key should be encrypted. In blockchain, you are expected to use an encrypted wallet. Basically, an encrypted wallet has a symmetric key, and it also has a public key. So when you issue an encrypted NFT token, the encryption is done by a public key, and that means this key will be a symmetric key. So key NFT token will issue a token that is encrypted by a public key or a content key. Likewise, let's say you want to see the content, then the content key should be recovered, and the content key is encrypted with a public key of the owner. That means there should be a private key of the owner, and the encryption wallet of the owner has a public key. By using that, a content key can be recovered, and the content key can be encrypted to look into the encrypted NFT content. So I almost told you everything I wanted to tell you in this presentation. Lastly, let me tell you more details on transfer of ownership. For transfer of ownership by using an encrypted wallet, what should happen? The content key should be used for the transfer of content key. Here there are two tokens, one content key, and there is key NFT. The key NFT will have a different owner. It will be in a different hand. So it was encrypted by a public key of the previous owner, so the key should be disposed. It should not be available anymore. There are many ways to dispose and remove this type of public key. Normally, the ownership or right is transferred. So without a public key, there is no ownership, and this process is called burning. So we use this method called burning, and a new NFT token can be issued by using a new NFT key. This is all done through burning. So the new owner can encrypt the NFT copyrighted work by using his own public key. In this process, you can transfer, by using this process, you can transfer the ownership of an NFT copyrighted work. But NFT split ownership may have to take a different approach in transfer of ownership. Each fraction can take the generic or general method for transfer of ownership, but the existing content key should not be available once ownership is transferred. So the content key should be burned. So when the key is reissued, let's say there are several owners, then key tokens, multiple key tokens should be issued in this case. Because the NTF, the tokens were split into several owners. With that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. I think I told you the basic idea of my presentation. We use an actual prototype in developing this approach, but we haven't been able to apply this approach to actual service. The NFT business, there is still a room for it to grow, so we are still discussing it. And that's all. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. It was Executive Director at PASU, Yoon Kyung-gu. He told us about NFT token structure and the access control. NFT, we normally talk about the concept of ownership of NFT, but he introduced a new idea such as the access control.
The third presentation will be made by Mr. Kim Tan-hu, the Strategic Director from Creators. He will make presentation about the issues related to copyright on NFT market and how to solve them. Nice to meet you all. NFT marketplace for social creators. I am Kim Tan-yu, the strategy director from S Creators. I will briefly explain about myself. In 2017, I joined the blockchain field and created a blockchain media and accumulated my experience in this sector. Now I am operating a blockchain educating institute named Pablo, and I am also the strategy director of Creators. Today, I would like to talk about copyright infringement issues in NFT market. And although we cannot come up with universal solution to the problems, I would like to share with you how we are solving the copyright infringement issues. Audience here may have more information than myself regarding NFT, so I'm going to skip this part. I would like to talk about the copyright infringement cases. In the case of OpenSea is like the mecca of content copyright infringements. There are many ridiculous infringement cases. If you search for any word you know into this OpenSea window, you will see a lot of content that are just uploaded without the permission of the owner of the content. If you search for Squid Game or BYC, here, this is the result you get. All these search results are shown here without any filtering, and these images are being traded without the permission of the copyright holder. And this NFT market itself has relatively short history. This is not a mature market. So NFT market experiences a lot of hacking and phishing events. Recently, there was Murakami flower issue. This is an NFT created by a famous Japanese artist. It was illegally copied, and there were 250 fake websites that are selling this image without the permission of the owner, and it created such a large amount of damages. And Pororo NFT was also issued without the permission of the copyright holder. They sold the character and earned profit and just ran away. So this is not just a simple violation of copyright. Many people buy this with Ethereum and tokens. That's why secondary damages take place. And the users who experience damages by buying or purchasing the fake images sell the fake images again to the other users. In this way, damages take place across various users. And the previous speaker talked a lot about the copyright infringement cases. I would also briefly mention the Nike case. There is some comment mentioned by Nike during the lawsuit. Nike said that StockX is not developing its own intellectual property right. StockX is taking advantage of the business rights and trademark of Nike, and Nike is behaving like a free rider. This word free rider is the proper terminology to explain the copyright infringement cases in the NFT market. Next is Meta Birkins. The Meta Birkins images like this one are now deleted, but there are a lot of content that illegally copied these content. If you search for Meta Birkins in the internet, you will see a lot of illegally created derivatives products that are still being traded. The case of Meta Birkins is a very important incident. It created a controversy over whether this is the freedom of expression of an artist or if this is the infringement of copyright. Actually, in the US, the trademark of Hermes is related to this one, and in the US, the court dismissed the request for Hermes's request for the claim of copyright infringement. First, if the NFT art was created in the digital form to issue NFT, and if it's similar to or the same as the copyright work of others, that will constitute infringement of copyright, just like the parodies of Van Gogh paintings. The second infringement case type is that people illegally digitalize the existing physical copyrighted work of others, produce them into NFT art, and issue and sell NFT. This is a quote from Korea Copyright Commission. There is a frog character named Pepe. When the market is bullish or bearish, this frog character often appears. And parodies of this frog character were created, and based on the parodies of the frog, NFTs were issued. So the NFT art, just like the Pepe, produced into digital form for the purpose of issuing NFT, are so much similar to the original Pepe character, and such behaviors are so common, which is a problem. And the second case is that people digitalize the copyrighted work of others without their permission and produce them into the NFT artwork and sell the NFT. This is the copyright infringement. And the letters are so small on the slide. This is also the infringement of the right to produce secondary work. This is also the infringement of the right of transmission as well. I have two bad cases here. Some clients visit us to help them create NFT. Many of them are not copyright owners of the art, but they are just collectors of the art. They buy famous painting from an auction, so they have the ownership over the painting. They want to make NFT based on that artwork that they have ownership, and they want to sell this on the NFT platform. But it's not possible to do that because those people are not the original copyright holder of the paintings. In that case, we say no to those people. And the physical copyrighted work of an artist who already died might be produced into NFT content, distributed and sold by their families. And if that actually constitutes defamation of the artist, then there could be very serious legal issues to the extent that it can be regarded as the infringement of the copyright. How can we solve these problems? We can solve all these problems from business perspectives and technology perspectives. As a technological solution, you can use AI technology to filter similar or the same content and the fake content. OGQ, which is our partner, uses GIA, an AI-based technology, to filter content. So our client acquired the company that has such technology. And regarding the content in the OGQ market, they can identify the possible infringement of copyright by using the AI filtering technology. This is also going to be applied to our creators market. Secondly, most of the copyright infringement cases take place in the BAYC and meta content with expensive price. So high-priced NFT is called blue chip. We whitelist the smart contract of the blue chips. So the smart contract of the blue chips that violated the copyrights will be separately dealt with by our company. Thirdly, we need to emphasize the importance of copyright of each creator. So we will use technology to strengthen the authentication process by using creator KYC. We can also issue UCI code. This is what our main partner did. By issuing UCI code, we can implement the preliminary protection of the copyright holder and the copyrighted work. And if there is content that infringes the copyright, we need to have the process to make a report on such cases. As you may know, we have to prevent people from maliciously uploading illegally copied content to the platform, but that's very difficult to do so. Important thing here is to prevent recurrence of the problem. Once a person uploads the illegal content, we need to make strong response to such activities so that we will prevent any reoccurrence of the copyright infringement. Thirdly, we need to establish content sourcing, reviewing, and monitoring procedures. Our employees have created the platform named Creators, which is an NFT market platform. We read this creators. Many people call this X-raters or X-creators. We put X in our name because it means that we're going to multiply the authority and proceeds or earnings of creators. That's why we put X in here. This is X, but we actually made a design to look like a C as well. We are focusing on distributing proceeds, unfair proceeds in a fair way to the copyright holders. We will reduce the inconvenience of consumers and enhance the authority of creators. And in our market, we are using NFT technology strategically. And when creators and users see some content on the NFT platform, they should be careful if they are accessing illegally distributed content. And we are trying to ensure fair distribution of profit to the creators. In our NFT market, content can be sold in three forms. Firstly, content can be immediately sold at the price set by the creator. Second method is auction. This is the same as OpenSea. And thirdly, as the previous speaker mentioned, the third method of sale is split. It looks like a puzzle. You can buy a piece of the puzzle, and only the puzzle you bought is shown with color. This is currently under development. For now, auction and immediate purchase are possible. In the case of split distribution or split sales, we are undergoing legal review on the business of split sale. We have 5 types of authentication process for creator or author KYC process. First of all, we authenticate the identity of creator and we conduct AI upload screening by using OGQGIN technology. Thirdly, we review the content and reflect feedback. And fourthly, we register UCI and we upload the chain. Due to time constraint, I will have to skip some slides. And I would like to show you the design of our NFT market. We are introducing creators and showcasing creators to the users. We are introducing creators, what kind of person the creator is, and what kind of history the creator has. So we have detailed page. If you look at our market, you may wonder whether this is a crowdfunding scheme. So we have such strengths compared to other marketplaces. Our marketplace is launched and is providing service under beta version. We're going on with Q&A session, and in the end of November, we will officially open this marketplace. And our working level employees are the same as the professors and experts of copyright here. We working level employees are concerned very much about protecting the intellectual property right, and we are kind of sensitive to the copyright issues, as this is also related to the CS customer service. And regarding copyright and intellectual property, we want to collaborate with many of you as well as with research institutions. We are open to your suggestions and advice. This will be all for my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kim Tan-yu from Creators. Actually, I didn't know how to read the name of your company because it starts with X, and X means multiplier. And thank you very much for your explanation about the copyright infringement cases in NFT, and we were able to learn technologies and operational strength of creators.
The next speaker is CEO of Kunis, Kang Tae-jin. The title of his presentation is Cases of Copyright Infringement in Webtoons and Web Novels and Technology Trends. Good afternoon. I'm Kang Tae-jin. I'm the CEO of Kunis. Today I'm going to talk about the trends of copyright infringement in Webtoons. Do you like Webtoons? Our neighboring country, Japan, has a huge manga industry. The market size is like a $6.5 trillion, and 60 to 70% of the global cartoon market is dominated by Japanese manga, which is a cartoon. Webtoons and web novels combined last year, the market size was $1.8 trillion, and next year it will exceed $2 trillion. The webtoon industry was so small, like as small as the publishing industry. But now, the webtoon industry is as large as the entertainment industry. Let's say there is a popular author, and he has a fan base, and his fans help his work to be exported to other countries, like music. Webtoons have a low level of culture discount, so the Korean webtoons are recognized as digital content in other countries. But here, as you can imagine, there is a serious piracy issue. So today I'm going to talk about copyright infringement in webtoons. There are infringement websites in Korea as well as in other countries. First, let me briefly introduce you pirated webtoon websites in Korea. You can see the list of the names of websites, but in your program book, I deleted the names of the websites. The traffic in legal platform such as Naver, Kakao, and any other well-known legal platform, the market size is $33 billion, and the illegal platform's market size is like $20 billion. And I did the math again, and we had a different result. The number was like 22 billion. Nutoki, Manatoki, and Tunko are the top three illegal websites. They account for 70% of the total illegal distribution, and the top 10 websites account for 91% of the illegal views of webtoons in Korea. The illegal website is an area where you can see the rich get richer, the poor get poorer. Let me talk about a technology. This is about a change of a domain, which is the biggest obstacle to prevent illegal views of webtoons. The change of domain happens so frequently. If the website is in Korean, it is taken down before it was forced to be removed. But those websites I introduced on the first page, their domain change frequently, like on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, because most of the traffic happens during the weekend, and during the weekend, the official of agencies, government agencies, it is the weekend is an off hour for officials of government agencies. That is why most of the traffic takes place during weekends. Cafe 24 is a hosting website. If there is a report on those hosting websites, the domain is changed as well. What happens when the domain happens and the owner of the illegal websites, their biggest worry is how to attract the existing customer base. And most of the time they try to redirect their existing customers to a different website. This is what we call 늑대.com, and I will tell you more about this on later slides. There are 4 classic examples. These 4, I believe, these 4 websites are run by the same group of people. Before the domain is controlled, the owners of the websites try to change the domain, and automatic redirection of a domain is often used as well. Let's say you visited 154, you will be directed to 155 automatically. And some people create a page, which is an illegal page. And if you click the page, you are directed to their other websites or other domains, which are also illegal. This is one of the biggest illegal websites for webtoons. This is called Yutoki. I added a small link down here. This is called Asong. They added this small link. If you click, you can see where your customers come from. Most of illegal webtoon users, they use Google, they search the word, and they are directed to these illegal websites. Most of the time, they log in google.com. And here, redirection happens again. So at least 80 to 90% of illegal viewers or readers of webtoons use google.com. There are many sites using Yutoki and Google. So one of the ways to track illegal websites is Google Analytics. This is one of the ways to obtain necessary information, but the information may not be accurate enough. So you may ask why they are running these illegal platforms. The owners of these websites earn profits by placing illegal gambling ads. So if you visit these websites, you are tempted to click the illegal gambling sites, and you are directed to the gambling websites. Even kids in high schools in Korea, their first experience of illegal gambling is through websites like these illegal platforms, according to a survey. And these websites present a huge amount of ad traffic. And the ad traffic can generate billions of Korean won, or even more than that, a year. And the way they collect content is that they collect data from other illegal platforms or websites. To prevent that, Newtoki and Hold Comics and Nickel.com and Bajtun Group, all illegal websites fall into these four categories, and they screenshot traffic to prevent others from taking their information or content. And JavaScript recording is also used to cover up image to make image invisible. This is what is happening in illegal websites. Some illegal websites open all information, and all you have to do is search in Google. But if you search or certain words in other platforms, you cannot take the information. And semi-automatic crawling bot is often used. They are running their websites like a company. So they are using a crawling bot and trying to take all the information from Naver and Kakao and other portal sites at once. Legal platforms in Korea, they change their viewers. And right after that, new crawler failed to obtain the information, so the images were not updated on these websites. So there is this technical barrier. As you can see on the screen, instead of HTML tag, canvas can be used. So all you have to do is to take the file names. This is reverse proxy and ISP. Most of illegal websites of Webtoon in Korea are using Cloudflare. Google and Cloudflare, therefore, their cooperation, therefore, is very important. And ISPs of certain countries are often used. Those countries are communist countries like Russia and other communist countries in the world. By splitting image servers, they're trying to circumvent the law enforcement. So there are three different illegal platforms, but the image server is the same. The same image server is shared across the three different platforms. We did a thorough analysis on this. For example, JSON-B library, it is provided in different languages. It is also provided in Chinese, and it was using a Chinese annotation. So we suspect the person responsible for coding is Chinese. And illegal websites in Korea, we can track traffic of those sites. But if it is a illegal website in other countries, it is very difficult to track them. There is a illegal piracy sites dedicated to manga, for example. There is also an illegal site in other countries that copy popular content of a webtoon. By providing and presenting some episodes of the content, they are running this illegal platform, and they redirect viewers or readers to other sites to show them the full version of the content. Sometimes they use a fake URL. If the illegal website is in a foreign country, the domain change doesn't happen often. In their response to ISP, in recent years, they changed their domains more often than before. If you let's say there is the title of the work right under the title, there's this piece of information, and these illegal websites, they are often reported by Korean users and readers for their illegal practices. But as I said earlier, the domain change of these illegal websites in other countries takes place more often than before. Okay, due to the time constraint, I will finish this soon. So we should come up with some measures to prevent piracy in terms of security, physical security, and control security will be required. So we have to enhance awareness of how serious piracy is when it comes to webtoons. On your way home or on your way work, you will often encounter people reading illegal webtoon content. And I think it will be nice to have a monitoring system in place and for the future of the webtoon industry in Korea. And Google and Cloudflare, they are the two leading websites to discourage piracy of webtoons. So I'm expecting cooperation between the two companies. Korea Intellectual Property Protection Agency and other agencies are working together to prevent piracy, but I hope to see more measures that can be used for prevention of piracy in webtoons. If I understand correctly, the Copyright Act is under revision. I hope the revision is completed sooner rather than later so that we can prevent piracy in webtoons soon. With that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Kang Tae-jin. He told us about cases of copyright infringement in webtoons, and he also told us about the consumer perception of piracy in webtoons.
I would like to invite the last speaker for the conference. Mr. Park Jong-woo will make presentation about NFT, technological challenges of music copyright industry. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Park Jong-woo from Little Song Music. This is the last presentation. Please have an eye contact with me and show me your smile. I am the last speaker, and sometimes I wish I had more time to make presentation, but much of my presentation was already presented by the previous speaker. This is true, so I'm going to make my presentation brief. My presentation is about technical challenges of music copyright industry. This is not music industry, but music copyright industry. There are copyright technology issues in music copyright industry. This first appeared when World Wide Web appeared. Now, streaming websites have firmly positioned themselves in the market, and NFT and metaverse are likely to experience similar problems the www experienced before. This is not just the copyright issue of content, but this is the issue of the overall music copyright industry.
일어날 것이라고 생각하고 있습니다. 그 이유 중에 하나는
There are several
여러분들이
reasons for
아시겠지만
that.
음악 저작권이 모든
Music
저작권
copyrights
권리 중에서 가장 복잡합니다.
are one of the most complicated copyrights, and they have much diversity. It's difficult to deal with music copyrights. It takes a lot of time and money as well. That's why many people are not willing to study music copyrights because there are so many complicated elements involved here. So through the presentation, I would like to talk about what we need and what we need to prepare in the future so that we can adopt NFT in the music copyright industry.
네, NFT가 무엇이냐는
What
얘기를
is
좀 여러 번
NFT?
들었을 것
This
같은데
was already mentioned
여기에서
maybe 10
제가
times by the
말씀드리고
previous
싶은 거는
speakers. On
바로
this slide,
자산을 좀
I
더
want to emphasize
신뢰성을
that
증명한다는
ownership
것입니다.
and reliability of your asset can
음악가들은
be
사실
proved with
가장 필요한 게
NFT.
뭐냐면
What do
이게
musicians need the
소유권이라는
most?
되게
They
중요한
want to ensure their
상황입니다.
ownership over
왜냐하면
the
어떤
music
사람들은
work
자기의
because
인격권을 가지고 있을
some
수도 있고 어떤
people may
사람은
have the
자기의
right to
저작권을
personality.
팔았을 수도
Some
있고
people
양도했을
might
수도
have
있고
sold
빌려줬을
or
수도 있고
transferred or
어떤 사람은
borrowed
내가 정말
um,
인격권을 가지고 있는 사람이 있을 수도 있습니다.
their
다양한 권리를 소유하고
copyright.
있는데 이
So there are many
소유권이
types
누구한테 가
of
있는지를 도대체 잘
ownerships,
그릴 수 있게
and it's
없더라고요.
not easy to
우리가 그런
identify
저작권협회
who
라든지
has the
여러
ownership.
협회에
We
들어가서
have many
검색을
associations,
해보면
including
여러
Music
데이터들이
Copyright
나옵니다.
Association.
숫자가
If you search
나오는데
for the
이게 모든
data,
음악을
you
대변하지
can
않는
see
겁니다.
a lot of data
전
outcome, but
세계에
they do not
수천,
represent
수십만,
all the
어떻게
music
보면
content in the
수억 개의
world.
음악이 있을 텐데
There are
그게 모두가
millions,
검색이
hundreds
되고
of
모두가
millions
알 수
of
있고
music
그렇지는
content in the
않습니다.
world.
거기에 모든 권리를 다
Can we
집중하고 있습니다.
identify each
그리고 그
of the
권리의 유동이
hundreds of millions of
모든
music
것이 다
in the
그렇게
relevant
정보가
copyrights and copyright holders?
공유되는가라고 할 수가 없습니다.
No, we cannot.
지금
And we
세계
cannot say
음악
that all the
저작권
relevant
산업에서의
data across the world is being
아티스트들이 원하는
shared.
거는
What
이러한
do artists
데이터가
want?
실시간으로
They want
공유되기를
that the data
원합니다.
related to their
두
music
번째는
works will be
안정성입니다. 왜
shared on a
안정성이
real-time
필요하냐면
basis. And
얼마나
stability
클릭
is
또한
important because we
정상화되는데
need to
그리고
ensure
정확한
correct
사용
and
처리가
fair
데이터를 요구하고
distribution and
있습니다.
payment of the
그런
royalty
측면에서
or the
굉장히
copyright fee.
NFT는 신선하게
So
다가왔고
NFT is a
음악하시는
fresh new
분들은 이
concept,
NFT가
and people
미래의
engaging in
음악
music
산업, 음악
industry
저작권 산업
believe
거기에
that
가장 큰 역할을
NFT
할지를
will play a
불구하고
very
그렇게
important
생각하고
role in the
있다는 겁니다.
future music copyright industry.
일반적인 NFT 서비스를 보면
Let's have a
앞에서
look
여러
at the
가지
general NFT
얘기가
service.
되었지만
As
가장
explained
중요한
by
거는
the previous
결국은 스마트
speaker, the most
컨트랙트입니다.
important thing here is
거의
smart
계약의
contract.
일종이잖아요.
Smart contract
전자
is a
계약의
kind of
일종인데
contract, a
물론
kind of
실제로 전자
electronic
계약이
contract based
있다는
on
것이
blockchain.
중요하긴 합니다. 근데
This is
이
very
일반적인
important
NFT 서비스
element.
예시를
In the
보시면
case of general
아시다시피
NFT
여기에
service,
저작권에 대한 내용들은 절대 거래할 수 없습니다.
copyrighted
왜냐하면
content cannot be
아까도
traded on
설명해
the NFT.
드렸듯이 NFT
As
서비스의
you heard
가치화되는
from other
인증했을
speakers,
때
if you
거기에
mint
올라가는
some
것에 대한
NFT
사유와
service,
분명히 명확하게
you
지금
have to
시스템에 탑재되어 있지 않기 때문입니다.
clarify the ownership
이게 과연
and
열람을 위한
copyright
것인지,
of
이게
the
이것을 사용하는
content.
것인지, 이게
You
어떤
have to
권리를
clarify
보호하는
whether
것인지
you are just
이거에 대한
reading the
스마트
content,
컨트랙트 기술이
whether you have
현재는
ownership
없기
over the
때문입니다.
content.
또 한 가지는
But that's for
무엇이냐면
now
이
not
음악을
being
플레이어를
done on the
개발하는
NFT
시간이
network.
굉장히
And it
오래걸립니다.
takes a long
그
time to develop
NFT를
players.
민팅을 하기 위해서
In order to
저희도
do
협회
minting of
자체에
NFT,
음악을 이제 민팅하려고
we
요청을
actually
해서
asked our
플레이어가
supplier
없어서
to mint
그냥
our music
다운받고
content,
들을 수 있도록
but
한
there's
거였는데
no player, so can't you just
제가
download
어떤
it and
플레이어를
listen to the music?
설치해서
That's
이것이
the
이
response from
NFT
the
서비스
supplier.
안에 탑재돼서 사람들이
So
듣고 참여할 수 있게 만드는 거는 기술적으로
creating something that enables people to download and listen to the content on the NFT network is something very difficult to do. So it's very difficult to apply NFT to music copyrighted work. First of all, there is a limit in establishing a system where we collect and distribute royalty through broker agencies. If you entrust other associations or broker agencies, it means that there are something that artists do not know very well. If you entrust other broker agencies to collect the royalty on behalf of the artist, it means that the broker agencies will collect and distribute royalty fees not only for the existing copyrighted work but also for the future copyrighted work that the artist will create in the future. Then who should sell the content on the NFT? The broker agencies or entrusted bodies can sell the artwork or created work on the NFT. And if you want to have the ownership and sell such content, you have to receive the permission from the broker agencies or entrusted company. That gives a lot of constraints. There are many intermediary service providers, and they have small size, and they have difficulties in providing technical support. And if you look at the intermediary service providers or broker agencies, when they mint content or sell content through NFT, they have to understand the structure of the copyright. For example, composers are the member of the Music Copyright Composition Association. And in the case of sound recordings, it's very complicated. The process to upload the music content on the NFT is very much complicated because you have to receive the permission from the copyright owner. If a certain content is based on co-creation, and if multiple parties have copyrights over the common works, then the things will become more complicated. Another problem is that the proof of the authentic original copy does not constitute the proof of copyright. Let's say that you know a pop song and there is a composer, the editor, and producer, and you will see 40 types of rights owned by the multiple parties. Proof of original copy does not constitute the proof of copyright. It means that when someone buys a certain music content, you do not know which part of the content or which part of the copyright over the content was delivered or sold to the user. So the buyers of content may suffer losses and damages, and the NFT network might lose trust from their users. There are other issues as well that make it difficult to adopt NFT in the music copyrighted works. If you look at the diagram, it shows music content uploaded on the NFT network, which takes up a very small portion because of these issues. But still, why is NFT needed to the music industry? Melon, Genie, there, except for specific streaming service providers like Melon and Genie, the creators or authors are not directly connected to the users of such platform. Because specific platforms are monopolizing the market. They have monopoly over the relevant market. Artists are demanding that we need to establish a system that ensures fair collection and distribution of royalty. They want to know why they receive a certain amount of royalty fee for specific months. And if we resell the content, the proceeds will be delivered to the creator. Actually, the royalty will be delivered to the creator whenever such trade takes place. That will enhance the profit of the creator and contribute to the cultural development. And if you make a good use of NFT, you can transform the proof of original content to the proof of copyright. Only if you have proper systems in place, then you can quickly prove the copyright over the created works. And most of the creators are making low income. And these days, in the sound recordings market, indie bands or other low-income creators' works are not being actively distributed to the market because distributors have to pay labor cost, and the labor cost is higher than the fee they receive by distributing the sound recordings of indie bands or low-income creators. Then where do the indie bands visit? They go to the street of Hongik University where they can showcase their music. So low-income music creators like indie band can enter NFT platform because NFT platform has lower hurdle to music creators. And we are approaching the era of metaverse. So in order to apply the innovative technologies to music copyright industry, we must consider using NFT. For now, simple minting. For example, there is simple downloading and uploading of music content in the platform. And there is another type of minting that includes copyright and payment of the copyright fee. So this is the distribution of profit. And now there are several more methods under development. The integrated transaction of music copyright. It can be engaged by labels, private funds. Those private funds and labels can create a platform, and the profit created through the platform can be distributed to the creators. And lastly, global copyright law could be connected to music NFT transaction. And the copyrights can be split in the transaction of music content. In order to realize this concept, we have several tasks to solve. First of all, we need clear standard or criteria about what we're going to sell. It means which right you're going to sell, which right is going to be sold through what kind of method. This needs to be clearly stipulated. So there are bundles of rights. So there should be clear regulation over which right we're going to sell. And since the pandemic, we think that the market should be reshaped. And the concept of the transfer of property rights need to be clearly defined. For now, in Korea, we don't have the right to resell and gain. Currently in Korea, we don't have the system related to the reselling fee. And we have to carefully check whether the smart contract constitutes the transfer of property right. And regarding the proof of copyright, we need a mandatory publication system. In NFT or metaverse, we need mandatory publication system regarding the proof of copyright, and we need clear value assessment system. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for your presentation. Mr. Park Jong-ho explained about new NFT market and why the Korean music copyright industry has difficulties in adopting NFT. From now on, we're going to start panel discussion.
We are a little bit running behind the schedule. We have about 15 minutes for panel discussion. I'd like to ask Mr. Yoon Kyung-gu a question. As I said before, we heard often about the ownership of NFTs, and you said in your presentation you are creating a prototype of access control or an approach to read into a copyrighted NFT work. So we have content creators in this room. So could you tell us briefly how your prototype will be used for these creators? 파수. We are taking this approach. Let's say a document is leaked. Without a key, you can you can read the document. That's our business. If this business approach is applied to NFTs, most of the NFTs are digital assets. They are in the form of documents or digital money or videos. So I think we can take two approaches. Let's assume that the original copy of the NTF copyrighted work is more valued. In video, as you know, it is in the form of 4K and 8K. And the original copy of the video should not allow easy access. And we can at least provide a preview, and a copy with a lower audio quality can be provided, but you have to have a key to access the original NTF copyrighted work. That's one of the options or approaches. So I think it is a slightly different idea from the OpenSea idea. The theme of this conference is technical challenges for everyone's copyright. I took the example of the OpenSea because it is an idea that allows everyone can have access to content. So now I'm going to ask Director Kim Tanyu this question.
First of all, regarding the right to read, we didn't clearly know the concept at first, but we tried to reflect this concept in our technology. There are two things. Firstly, at our creators, if you buy NFT with the function of preview, then you can activate the button to read the original copy. This is one way, and the other way is that in the case of Webtoon and in the case of other content, we have the functions of paid preview, and also only members can read a certain content. Such functions can be implemented with NFT. Face of the author or the main image of the webtoon can be applied here with the technology. If you buy the content with a piece of the main image of the webtoon, for example, and if you check the authenticity, and once your wallet logs into the NFT, you can enjoy the content of the author. This is generally often used function, and content creators are giving this exclusive content to their fans or users. So the paid preview function could be an example of what you said. I would like to ask one more question. QTF has the internal in-house filtering, and you use UCI technology and AI as well. So I think that is a good device to filter malicious creators, but this is your company's internal process, so you may face copyright issues. In terms of copyright law, the court will determine whether the use of such content was done legally or not. And from your perspective, the copyright issues must be solved so that you can build the credibility and reliability. And what kind of strategies or policies do you have? I wanted to explain about this during my presentation. Content service providers want to earn trust from the users regarding such business structure. We need support from the government institutions and from other related institutes. First of all, the content report can be done to the Copyright Association, not only to us. Then the institute related to copyright will be the direct party dealing with the copyright issues of the content on our platform. And users may realize that the content is being filtered not just through the internal determination or decision of the platform operator, but also by the assessment and determination by the relevant government institutions like Copyright Commission. So I hope improvement will be made in this area so that small NFT markets will become more successful. Thank you. Not only policies, but also in terms of raising awareness of users, that will be helpful.
좀 여쭤보고자 하는데요.
And I have question to Mr. Kim Kwang-il. In the first session, Professor Nam explained about the creation of music based on AI and the relevant copyright issues. So real fashion is real fashion and digital fashion are being dealt with these days, and you took good examples of digital twin as well. And in the digital fashion industry, are there any copyright technologies that have become important topics these days? Regarding copyright, digital content can be copied without limit. This is one of the issue with digital content. When there is digital content, there are also many metaverse platforms like Roblox. Someone may take this digital content and sell those content on the platforms. Even if we adopt NFT, if we don't actually monitoring is not being done properly. If you look at the raw data that we have all the logs and records, and for each of the unit, if we cooperate with the relevant technology companies, we will be able to better operate the digital content transactions on the platform and correctly distribute the revenue from selling the content. But for now, we have technological constraints, and companies need to cooperate with each other. We need to make improvement in terms of cooperation, and metaverse universe will increase further. And some may have the vested rights in the metaverse world, but we have to monitor how certain data spreads across the metaverse and how we're going to assign and distribute revenue will be important.
대표님한테 좀 여쭤.
And I'd like to ask Kang Tae-jin the same question. Director Kim Tan-hyu told us about the copyright issues in NFT markets, but I can see a different trend in the webtoon copyright infringement. So in the existing platforms, the copyright infringement happens when it comes to webtoons. Are there any copyright infringement issues regarding webtoons that could happen in the near future? Webtoon platforms, it already has an existing traditional, conventional model. Now, NFTs are used to readjust RFT and the structure of a profits, but I'm not sure whether everyone in the market will welcome this new structure or change. In the near future, webtoons and web novels, I believe they will be more popular in the global market. The most important thing is issues regarding viewers. The images provided in applications, they are subject to regulations of W3C. There are two things. One is encrypted image presented based on public keys, and this prevents screenshot of images. And this can be part of an international standards. So we can create a standardized format that can be used for webtoons. There are some Korean platforms that use DRM. Naver Webtoon and Kakao Page didn't provide DRMs online or on mobile devices. You have to use personal computers, PCs, to be provided DRM. That means some people are worried that this could be too much load on traffic. So if we can come up with a new idea to prevent crawling, and if we can DRM, we can apply DRM to webtoons, that will be a great idea.
I want to ask the same question to Mr. Park Jong-ho. Theme of the conference is technical challenges for everyone's copyright. And in the case of pop companies or for all music creators, we are trying to open the era of copyright. Professor Nam talked about AI in music industry. In order to ensure copyright for everyone, what kind of issues do you have? And recently, we're focusing on AI composers. Most of the AI composer developers have two directions in their R&D. First of all, they are trying to use AI composer as a collaborator. This is the direction pursued by Amazon. And the other way is that the AI composer can serve as a substitute or alternatives. It doesn't necessarily have to be a famous popular music with the value of art. Many people are just trying to replace the existing composers with AI composer. But I personally think that rather than the concept of substitutes or alternatives, creators can use AI as a tool to improve their productivity. Then we will continue to keep operating the music market. It seems that if AI replaces the work of human, then the music market itself will stop thriving. So if you think about the sustainability of the music market, we need to develop AI technologies in a way to collaborate with the creators, in a way to help creators enhance their productivity. This is the direction, desirable direction.
감사하고요.
Thank you very much for your participation in this panel discussion. Somebody told me that time's up. So with that, I'd like to conclude the panel discussion. CEO Kim Kwang-il, Executive Director Yoon Kyung-gu, Director Kim Tan-yu, CEO Kang Tae-jin, and CEO Park Jong-ho, and Professor Kim Ji-yoon, thank you very much for your contribution to the panel discussion. Since the whole nation is mourning, we are going to skip the lucky draw. And this will conclude the International Copyright Technology Conference 2022. Once again, I'd like to thank the speakers and panelists for their time. I'd like to also thank those who are here in this room with us and those who joined us via online. Once again, I'd like to express my condolences to victims of the Itaewon crowd crush. Thank you very much.